Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Friday's Sewing Street. It's wonderful to have your company. It's also National Bring Your Manners to Work Day. I just mentioned that to the crew. They all went, so it's going to be like that. It's also National Read a Book Day. So grab your favourite knitting, sewing or crochet or patchwork book and settle down and enjoy. Maybe it's my new book, Quilts from the Country. Just throw that in there. Anyway, good morning, everybody. The weekend's about to start. Let us crack on and do what we always do, our early bird. Oh, now I love our early bird today. It's one of my favourite products, and you know this. It's one of my hero products. I've got 5. This is one of them. It is single-sided Bosal in our form, a product that has become so essential, so kind of under our skins, that everyone just calls it Bosal, which is the name of the company, but it's because it's such an iconic product. It's a thin foam core with fusible on one side, non-fusible on the other, and it is absolutely perfect for making bags, baskets, boxes. This is cut to order. This is our early bird today. So this isn't a pre-cut piece. So if you want to use the fact that it's an early bird today and stock up and get some in ready for an autumn winter of bag making, this is the perfect time to do it. Normally it's £13.99 per half metre. But today it's our early bird. We're dropping that price to £12.99. This is the perfect opportunity to multi-buy. It's one of those products that, now I buy it by the 5-6 metres at a time because I use so much of it. We haven't done a price reduction on this before, have we? April last year. So seriously, so almost 18 months. Yeah, certainly well over a year. 15, 16 months ago was the last time that this had any kind of price reduction on it. It's our single-sided in our form. Now, I'll just show you. This is half a metre. So this is what you'd pay just £12.99 for today. And this forms the kind of the innards, if you like, of a bag. And certainly one that we want to have good structure to. But look, it's soft. It's flexible. So when you've made your bag, or when you're making your bag, you can crush everything down. It goes through the sewing machine so easily. I spent 2 days at the Sir Hillard's Gardens in Hampshire, Monday and Tuesday, bag making for Lewis and Irene. And we were using Bosal in our form, single-sided. And we made some lovely bags. They're easy to sew. No one had to use a walking foot. No one had any problem sewing it at all. It's absolutely wonderful. You can quilt it. Looks lovely quilted. And it just creates this gorgeous structure so that your bag, your box, your basket will stand up by itself. But equally, you can flat pack it, you can fold it, roll it, and it just springs back. Good morning to Jan. She says, morning, Stuart and team. The rain has stopped for the moment. Fingers crossed. Good sewing day, though. Claire says, good morning, Stuart. And Mo says, morning, handsome. Loved last few days. Well, you've kept me going while baking. Baking, Mo? Baking? What have you been baking? Pat says, morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Morning, my lovely. Hilary says, morning, Stuart. From beautiful Barn Aldwick. Oh, sending you lots of love, sweetheart. Delia says, good morning, Stuart and team. Happy Friday. It is the weekend. It's official. It's official. A message across the bottom. A bumper week of Stuart. It doesn't get better than this. Your sunshine on an awful rainy day. Oh, Karen, thank you. You're getting a double kiss for that. Thank you. Yeah. For those who it hasn't been a bumper week of me, this is actually my last day of September. I won't be back on until October. Ollie booed at the idea. Hannah cheered. Shall we just go to the gallery a second and say hi to Hannah, the cheerer? Do you cheer again, Hannah? Hannah, this is my last day for September. Hannah in the gallery? Yay for me. And there's Ollie too. And lovely Levi on the floor today. Well, anyway, I just wanted to let you know so you didn't think anything had happened to me. But I will be back in October. Stop booing. Remember, it's Bring Your Manners to Work Day. Single-sided, fusible in our form. Easy to find the fusible side. It feels slightly rougher. Yeah, the non-fusible side is kind of a little lighter, a little brighter, can you see? And also it's completely smooth as well. All right, £12.99 per half metre, and it's cut to order. So if you want 1.5 metres, 3 units. I mean, the good news is that a half a metre, and it is really nice and wide too, isn't it? I think, if I remember rightly, it's 60 inches wide, or certainly 58. It's a really nice width. So for something like a messenger bag, you're probably going to get 2. Probably get 2 from a piece of in-our form, half a metre. Something like a tote bag, again, probably 2 nice-sized tote bags. You can make also things like sunglass cases. I do that with my little bits, my offcuts. I make sunglass cases or spectacle cases. You can also do things like iPad covers, or, you know, anything that needs that little bit of extra padding, like your specs, like your e-readers. And that just gives it that extra bit of protection and padding. Steve says, very good morning, Stuart, from a sunny Skegness. Wonderful. I mean, wherever it's sunny, that is a boon, isn't it? Susie Duncan's message. She says, morning, I baked last night too. Fruit and ginger cake and 2 plum cobblers. Oh, now I'm card making and sewing. Sounds I think Levi just fainted at the thought of Susie's plum cobbler. Jan says, going to my craft room this afternoon. Bonus today, the red dress is on display in the hall where we meet. Fantastic, the red dress. Maria says, morning, gorgeous Stuart, my sewing friend. You look even more gorgeous today. How do you do that? Thank you, Maria. Well, thank you for noticing. And actually, Hannah knows why. Because yesterday, I had a bit of a slow afternoon. So I popped into a well-known high street chemist and drugstore and bought myself a new foundation, which is illuminating. So apparently, my skin should be illuminated today and lit from within. It certainly should be the amount it cost. When I got to the tills, I was like, I beg your pardon. Anyway, thank you, Marie. You're very kind. Bosal in our form, single-sided fusible, absolute hero product for me. A hero product. It's the kind of thing, in fact, I joked on my workshop. I said, if Bosal ever stop making in our form, I'm going to have to stop making bags. That's how much I love it and rate it. It is gorgeous. When you're fusing it, set your iron to the temperature that you would use for your fabric, so you can use up to 3 spots. However, I would recommend using maybe a mid-heat 2-spot, even with cotton, and just try and go minimal heat. You don't want to absolutely blast this with loads of steam. Don't use steam, just minimal heat to fuse it together. You'll get a much better bond. If you really start blasting it with steam, that's when you can get sort of lifting. Susie's message in, she says, Bosal's great for ruler bags, excellent protection for those corners. That's a really important point. Donna says, good morning, everyone, and a smiley face. Good morning to you, my love, too. Thank you for spending your Friday with us here on Sewing Street. There is your early bird. It's £12.99 today, while stocks last. If you want to get yourself some in our form, grab it now. Grab it now. I'm not sure. How are our stocks? Oh, okay. Well over a quarter of our stock's already gone. This is all our stock. This is all our stock of Bosal in our form. So if everyone takes advantage of the fact that it is an early bird today, we could run out. Marie says, good morning. I'm disappointed to hear that we don't see you until October. Thank you. I appreciate that. That said, Like all, you deserve a break. Have a lovely time away. Love, Marie. Oh, thank you, Marie. Well, I've got loads of lovely things on. Charlie and I are going to the Isle of Wight. I'm teaching a workshop and doing a talk, and Charlie's coming along we're having a little mini break while we're there. So that would be really nice. And also I've got lots and lots of making to do as well for a photo shoot for my next book, which is out next year. So you've got a year to make everything from quilts from the country. I'm just giving you fair warning. There's our early bird. Remember, I've got half a metre here. This is what half a metre looks like, but you can multi-buy and it will come as one continuous piece. So if you're making something like my Weekend Warrior bag, you want to get yourself 2 units. I know, it's big news, Levi. Get yourself up off the floor. Levi's very easily shocked. He's living on his nerves today. There's our early bird. Right, shall we do the menu? Let's do the menu and see what's coming up on today's fabulous Sewing Street. To start off this morning, we're doing bag kits under £50. I've got some Lisa Lambs, and all of my Lisa Lamb kits are with a 10% reduction, which is great news. Now, at 9 o'clock, Nikola Pottinger is here from All Set to Sew. We've got the cutest baby rompers, gorgeous new pattern, multi-size pattern. It's fully reversible, and we've got some really cute bundles. I've also got some lovely fabric, some jersey fabric. Pre-cut jersey fabric, which would be absolutely perfect for making little accessories. Now, at 10 o'clock, we've got Halloween makes with Alison Reid. These are not scary at all. They are super, super cute. Look at those. We've got all the Halloween characters. We've also got a fabulous wreath kit that you can make 3 wreaths from. Aren't they fab? So much fun to sit and sew those. A lovely afternoon or an hour or two. I like the ghosts. It's like, she said what? She said what? He did what? And they went where? You are kidding. You are kidding. Now, back to the menu. At 11 o'clock, we're all set to sew again with Nikola Pottinger. This time, Christmas makes. We've got a trio of gifting bags. We've got some fabulous Christmas stockings. We've also got these great storage baskets. Now, I know Nikola used H640 for these, but I think possibly you could use your in-our form, your Bosley in-our form in those as well, and have an even firmer basket. So we'll ask her. We'll ask her, but still worth stocking up. And then at 12 o'clock, we have got Brother sewing machines. I've got the NV 1100 sewing machine. I've got a fabulous embroidery machine from Brother. And I've also got, is it the NV 2700, which is the combi embroidery and sewing machine. So some demos, and I'm going to talk you through. We've got a great hour. And also things like bobbins, great chance to stock up there too. Fiona says, morning Stuart, how am I going to cope until October without seeing the best ever presenter? Thank you, that's very sweet. Have a fabulous time away, Stuart. I'll do my very, very best. Wendy says, morning, would Bosley in our form be okay for in the hoop embroidery machine? I can't find one rigid enough. Wendy, you could definitely try. I mean, I do quilting with wadding in my embroidery machine. There's nothing in our form that's going to be like too hard or too firm or whatever for an embroidery machine to go through. I think it would be worth testing it. But yeah, I mean, give it a try. Charmaine says, good evening, Stuart from New Zealand. Beautiful weather here as it's the beginning of spring. Oh, I'm just going to dream of spring. How lovely. Maria says, Stuart, I'm going to miss you. Have a nice time. I'll miss you all too, but I will be back. Don't you worry. All right, that's how this morning's looking. We're starting off with bag kits for under £50. And, well, shall we launch straight in with some Lisa Lamb? Let's do it. Let's do it. So I'm going to grab, I've got some lovely Lisa Lamb projects here, actually. Thanks, Levi. And they're all going to be £10 off. Should we start with the Palmer saddle bag? Because this is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I've got tangerine. I've got chocolate. No, I've got some denim blue. I've got a cream or a white. Do I have a chocolate one as well? Oh, tangerine and chocolate's combined. How lovely. Right, where should we start? The blue one, absolutely. Right, so don't have finished samples of these bags, so a certain amount of, I don't know if artistic license is the right word, but anyway, I've got some pictures of them. That would be nice. That would be nice. Thanks, Ollie. So the thing with these kits, they're absolutely fabulous. They are pre-punched faux leather. Now, I particularly like this one with the stitching detail, which is done with this wonderful medium. Is it like a yarn or a... It's really cool, isn't it? It's really cool. You've got things like the flap, you've got the base of the bag, you've all the elements that you need, okay, in this wonderful soft denim blue. Also, inside here, you've got things like your fastening for the front of the bag. Here, it's like a leather cord, isn't it? It's like a leather cord that so you literally like poke it through and it's like an over sew around the edges. Great to have a project that doesn't involve a sewing machine sometimes. The kind of thing that you could take while you were traveling, you know, go away with a kit and literally on your second day, you'll have this fabulous bag over your shoulder. It's got a shoulder strap as well, hasn't it? As an option, yeah. I think it's gorgeous. It's like a chain that you wear over your shoulder. I think that's fab. Now, it was originally on the 18th of August last year. If you want to go back and watch the demo, it is a beautiful, beautiful bag, isn't it? Really lovely. And this is the closure. It sort of goes through like that on the front of the bag. So it would be... And it's a really nice size too. And this sort of denim colour goes with anything. That is really lovely. Very, very smart. Everything's provided, plus of course, all importantly, Lisa Lamb's fabulous instructions. And Lisa Lamb for me is the undisputed queen of bag making. Absolutely brilliant. Now, we've never gone lower on this before, but we are taking 10% off. You are making a 10% saving. It is $35.99 today. You don't need to buy anything else at all. No metalware to buy, no thread to buy. You don't even need your sewing machine. No bosal, no nothing. But of course, because this is, you know, nice, firm, faux leather, and it's got that lovely sort of lined interior. The whole thing is just ready to go. I think they're brilliant, these kits, and very, very stylish. That's the Palmer saddlebag in the denim blue. Now, I've got teens of this kit. That's all. I've only got teens of it. It's the last that we've got of it. And I think that would go with just about any outfit, wouldn't it? It's one of those really, really kind of useful colours. Now, let me show you the other colourways that we've got. We've got the creamy white. I would call this a kind of winter white. I'm just going to get a couple of elements out so you can see. You've still got a little bit of the tan with this, and you're going to use the same tan, well, they call it ivory. You've still got that same tan cord. Do you see? You've got that lovely cord. I'm going to grab that out. There we go. So there's the ivory. But do you see how it's made up with that lovely tan cord? It's beautiful. We're matching the price on all of these. 10% off, first time ever, $35.99. Now, I've got a few more of the ivory. Isn't that a useful colour? Really is a useful colour. Very, very easy to tone that in with all sorts of different outfits. They are going into baskets. Lots of you making decisions about colour now. Remember, you don't need any special skills. You don't need to have ever made a bag before. This would be your perfect first bag. In fact, you don't even need to have ever done any sewing before. This is the kind of project you could actually make if you don't own a sewing machine. And can you believe, I mean, walking around with that on your shoulder, you made it yourself. Then the next one is the chocolate and tangerine, which I will get the elements out because I think it's important to see the colours here. So you've got your tangerine. So, excuse me. So the chocolate element is the thread. So if you look on screen, you've got the one that's laced together with the like creamy white thread. It's not that, it's the other one that has that chocolatey brown. Here's the actual cord that you're going to use. So you've got your tangerine and chocolate. Tangerine and chocolate. But they all come with the gold shoulder chain. They all come with that gold clasp on the front. It's deceptively simple project, but so lovely to get something incredibly stylish out of what is an absolute beginner make. It's almost unbelievable, isn't it? If you were maybe getting together with girlfriends for a weekend, wouldn't that be lovely to make together? Wonderful. Right, now, next up, this is very kind of, or, you know, like the Cambridge Satchel Company, that very stylish look. These are like the kind of, there was almost like a mini backpack though. So it's a satchel and you can carry it as a satchel in one hand. But you've also got the backpack straps. I love, love, love this bag. It's very uni, it's very smart, but you could wear that with jeans and a t-shirt and it just, I don't know, it's kind of dressy, isn't it? We are doing 10% off the prices on all the Lisa Lamb kits, so get ready for that. Now, colour-wise, we'll start with the chocolate. That is this one here, right? How cool is that? Now, again, you do not need a sewing machine for this at all. This is using a different technique. This is using saddle stitching. This is saddle stitch, and everything's explained. How to saddle stitch is explained. You've got your thread, you've got your needles, you've got everything in there, including your backpack straps, your buckles. They're already fitted on. You've got all of your faux leather as well to create that backpack. Really gorgeous, isn't it? And look, there's the finished, and you can see there as well the sort of relative size of the backpack. Oh, Lisa's messaged in actually. She says, oh, I didn't know Sewing Street was showing my kits today. Let me know if any of you have any questions for me. P.S. I'm looking forward to hugging you next week, Stuart. Can't wait to see you, Lisa. Patricia says, morning, lovely. October, no, we'll miss you. Have a great time. I'm currently waiting for my quilts in the country book to arrive. It won't be long, it won't be long. Anne says, morning, lovely Stuart. Good morning, my love. Now, we are doing a 10% price drop, so let's do it. Should be $42.99. You're not paying $42.99 today. You are going to pay £38.69. This backpack's fab. It's so roomy inside, and you've got that front pocket, and then you've also got your main body of your bag. Perfect for taking as a work bag, a college bag. And it was very smart. It's very timeless. It's also very, very unisex, isn't it? Ollie, you'd use that bag, wouldn't you? I'd use that bag in a heartbeat. I think it's gorgeous. Yeah, yeah. Riding through Cambridge or Oxford on a push bike on your way to a lecture. Yes, Inspector Morse would be there in his classic car. I'd get very nervous, wouldn't you, if I, you know, I'd never move to anywhere called Midsummer or anything. Next one then, it's the Hermione. It's in black, so it just goes with anything and everything. It's got silver metalware. That is gorgeous, isn't it? I love the fact it's got that little window. I had a satchel when I was little for school, proper little satchel, and it had that little window with my name in it. You even get thread cutters included. It's a fabulous kit. I tell you, for me, you know, Lisa just does the most incredible bags. Stylish, smart, fashionable. Lorraine says, morning. Lisa's bags are fabulous. From the instructions through to the quality, I love them. Yeah, me too. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's the Hermione in black. Lots and lots of you going for the black option. I would just say, please, do check out your baskets quickly on those because they're flying out. I think going into autumn, that's a real lovely look, isn't it? You know, I think in the summer, I'm kind of more like with the florals and the stripes and the more nautical look. In the autumn, winter, I'm definitely going into my sort of leathers, faux leathers, PUs, that kind of look. Very nice. New boots, new coat, new bag, very lovely. Right, our last option in the Hermione is red, and it is a glorious fire engine red. We're very, very limited. I don't even have teens on the red. It's a real pop, isn't it? Like a poppy red. Absolutely lovely. In fact, if you got one of the classic millinery poppy scarves, they flew out. If you managed to get those when Charlie was here, this bag would go beautifully, wouldn't it, with that? Maybe with a navy coat or a black coat. Very smart. Just love that pop of colour in the autumn and winter. It's gorgeous. These are fabulous kits. And what really, really sets them apart are the quality of the instructions from Lisa Lamb. Okay, now next up we're going to do the Carmen bag. Ooh, I love this. Wow, love this. Look, I'm just going to show you. These are all, how cool is this? Which one would you like to do? I've got tan and animal. I've got tan and animal, black and animal, and I've got tan and cream. Black animal. Yes, I've got it. Does that make a blanimal? Oh, I love it. Oh, this is gorgeous. I haven't seen this. This is fab. Look. So you've got, it's like a woven with a PU backing. All the holes are punched again. This is all saddle stitched, printed with the animal print. Oh my goodness, these are beautiful. This is absolutely fabulous. Wow. Look at that. There's your inner bag that's kind of already made. That's amazing. And then you've got all your kind of straps and your bits and pieces that you need. You've got your shoulder strap, you've got your metalware, you've got your thread. That is brill. Absolutely fab. And of course, those all-important instructions from Lisa Lamb. What a beautiful bag. Oh, I love the fact that you've even got this like posh label on the front. It's brill. And that would be like the front of your bag. And then this goes around. So it would be, it's like that, isn't it? That goes around the bag. So that just gives you a rough idea. You've got the black and the animal print. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Oh my goodness, Julie's just messaged. She says, morning, Stuart. I live in Midsummer Norton. Oh, there isn't a beer or a cheese festival, is there? Is there a choir? Oh, I'd never join a choir if Mrs. Barnaby joined. I'd be straight out the door. Morning, Stuart. I live in Midsummer Norton and have done for the last 60 odd years. Have a great holiday. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Steph says, morning, Stuart. Oh, you're looking all dark and brooding today. Lots of love. No, I'm glowing. I'm lit from within. Thank you, lovely. Well, that's fab. That's fab. Right. I tell you what, can I pass these to you, please? Levi. Gorgeous. So that's the black with animal print. Let's do the tan animal print. So this is the one that's shown on the front. So this is that gorgeous, this is really kind of my colour of faux leather. I love it. Remember, you're saving 10% on all of these. So here's your tan colour. It's that gorgeous, rich brown. And then there's your animal print. These are fab, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful. There's your finished bag. You just got to imagine, instead of that checkerboard, it's that animal print. I mean, these really are your sort of like designer bags, aren't they? They are gorgeous. And you don't need a sewing machine. You don't need to have ever made a bag before. These are completely beginner friendly. They wouldn't be if it wasn't for Lisa Lamb's amazing instructions and the way she's put these together. But yeah, just terrific. And then the last option is tan and cream. And this is the one that is shown on the front of the bag. So this is not your animal print this time. This is your gorgeous tan faux leather with that checkerboard. Again, you're saving 10%. $38.66 is your price today. Hand sewn, saddle stitched together. You get everything you need in the kit. I think just add a lighter. I'm not kidding. At least a kind of barely threatens the end of the thread with the light from a lighter, and it just seals the end, and you get this beautiful, like, knot-free finish. Lisa's also produced a fabulous video on YouTube about how to do saddle stitching. It's explained in the pattern too, of course, but if you're a visual learner and you like to watch a video, bob onto her social media and it will direct you, I'm sure. Right, last one, the Milano tote bag. Wow, this looks very, very designery. Look at that, gorgeous faux leather. There's something very, very classic about black and brown together, isn't there? Sort of go with anything. You've got that lovely shoulder strap. Got that lovely shoulder strap. Beautiful, isn't it? There's that bag. Should be $44.95. You're saving 10% today. Oh, that's more, isn't it? Go for it. $39.99. That's more than 10%. You are naughty. You are naughty. I'm the one who's supposed to be D-Mob happy, not you. Oh, yes, I'm not actually going on holiday, and by the way. I won't be working here until October, but I shall be busy. Julie says, Sewing Sanctuary is also in Midsummer Norton. I don't know of any choir, but I'm sure there is, though. Well, I won't be joining. You wouldn't want me in your choir. Wow, lovely. Absolutely lovely. Loads of you coming in for that gorgeous tote bag. It's a big bag as well, isn't it? It's the kind of thing you could take to work, shopping, holidays, just that general, this is my day bag, I can get everything in it. It's great. It's got a zip as well. It's fabulous. Right, next up, a bit of Amber Makes. This is it A velvet pouch. Oh, yeah. No, a frame bag from Amber Makes. Okay. The framed tote set. I've got it, yes. The framed tote set. I understand now what the frame is. Gotcha. Right. So this is from Amber Makes. So you're getting a pre-printed panel with everything you need on it, plus a set of instructions designed with love by Rebecca and Amy, the team at Amber Makes. This one says so much fabric, so little time. And it's got this gorgeous kind of pastel rainbows. I'll open this out and show you. You get everything printed on the panel. Lining, outer. There's even like a little extra mini bag as well. Here's your panel. Look at those lovely, wow, it's really sort of almost tie-dyed, isn't it? Gorgeous. So much fabric, so little time. Ah, it's lovely, yeah. I really like this purple fabric. Where is it now? With the measuring tape on it. Oh, it's at the bottom. There it is. Those are your handles. Isn't it clever? It's really well thought out. Gosh, the price is amazing, $19.99. You could use something like interfacing inside or something like H630, where you've got just a very light padding. That's fab. And I love that frame around it that really sets the design off. A sewing-themed carry-all tote bag. It's got an inside pocket as well, and that little mini tote for essentials like, I don't know, maybe sweets. Sweets. So that's that one. And then I've got it in a second colourway. Now this one says, my soul is fed with a needle and thread. How cool is that? And this one is kind of silvers and golds. Okay. Isn't that nice? Very smart. Here we go. On one side it says, my soul is fed with needle and thread. And then on the other side it says, happiness is handmade. Happiness is handmade. Unless, Charlie, you're buying me a Christmas present, and then it's made by jewellers. Happiness is made by Tiffany. No, but that's gorgeous. And again, you've got those kind of inspirational quotes. You've got the little sewing machines, the safety pins. It's all sewing themed. It's just lovely. That's the kind of bag you could take along to quilt club or sewing club. You might be a dressmaker. It's not specific to any of those you know, crafts. So if you're a sewer, it'll fit. It'll fit. There's $19.99 for that, and you get everything on the panel that you need. I don't think you actually have to interface it at all. No, you don't. But you could put some interfacing in there if you wanted. Yeah. Now, while we're on that subject, let's just talk about H630 and H640. And these are both fusible fleece, a type of fusible fleece or wadding, produced from fleeceline. We'll start by looking at and talking about H630. Thank you, Levi. So we talk a lot about H640, but this is the H630. And straight away, I think you can probably see that it's thinner because you can pretty much see the desk through it. It's a light one. I've got the H640 here. I'm just going to open this out. At the moment, the graphics are only for H640. 30, sorry, H630. So this is 40, this is 30. And you can see that this is thinner, a little bit more see-through. Now, H630 is a very thin fusible fleece. It's a polyester fleece. like a batting, quilt batting. It's fusible on one side, non-fusible on the other. This stuff is absolutely brilliant if you're making things like light quilted clothing. So maybe something like a jerkin or a waistcoat, a light coat. You could use this inside my new Japanese haori jacket pattern. That would do a lovely sort of light spring or autumn version, just where you want very thin padding. It's also really good if you just want thin padding on something thin, thinly wadded, maybe for wall hanging, maybe for something like a bag. You just want a little bit of bounce, a little bit of quilted detail, but nothing too much. Nothing too much. It is 90 centimetres wide. Okay, and that's what half a metre looks like for $3.99. It's actually a really, really lovely product to use and very, very easy to fuse. So that's your H630. Now H640, if I just, and again I might grab the H630 back in a second just to show you. Can you see it's about twice as thick? If I grab the H630 again, I'm going to pop the two next to each other. So there's the H630. And then there's the H640. And you see it's about twice the thickness. So again, H640 is not going to create a heavy, it's not going to be like a puffer jacket if you use it for clothing. It's still going to be a nice thin layer, but it is twice the thickness, so it would give more of a padded effect, more of a quilted effect on clothing. But also, I really like H640 for wall hangings. I'll tell you why. Because on a wall hanging, the one thing I don't want that I do want in a quilt is drape. I don't want a wall hanging to drape because that's what causes those kind of ripply edges and kind of not looking in nice shape. You want a wall hanging to be square or rectangular. So maybe something like a welcome autumn banner that you might do. Because it's a polyester, it holds its shape. It has, I suppose, more of a firmness to it than a wadding would. So any kind of wadding that's made of bamboo or wool or cotton is going to be sort of floppier. So again, H640 is really good where you might have used wadding, say in a bag, but you want that little bit more structure. Not as much as a Boselin form, not that it would stand up, but that just has a nice, softly structured look to it. Anyway, for $5.99 for half a metre, it's worth getting some. If you've never tried it before, it's worth getting some and trying it. It's also really nice for things like tea cozies or cafetiere cozies, mug hugs, you know, those kind of wraps that you put round a mug. It has insulating properties simply because of all those kind of air pockets inside. You can get thermal insulating waddings, but any of these will provide some thermal insulating properties. Steph says, what date in October are you back? We will miss you so much. Enjoy your rest. I'll miss you too. I think it's around about the 5th, 6th, 7th, something like that. I'll check. I'll pop it on social media, don't worry. But yes, I shall still be posting. I'll keep you abreast of what I'm up to and what I'm doing, don't worry. Right, next up, let's do the early bird. Let's do the early bird. Does that mean I still get the birds? I want the early bird. At 8:45, let's go as we always do. Our early bird. Thank you. Okay, our early bird. Normally $13.99. Today it's our early bird, so you're paying $12.99. Now, the stocks are okay, but if I just let you know that the stock that we have for this show is all of the stock that the warehouse have. So potentially, if it sells out, we won't have it until we get it back in stock. This is Bosel in our form. It's a fusible on one side, foam core. Again, I'm going to show you the thickness between my fingers so you can get an idea. It's about the same thickness as H640 actually, but where H640 is a softly structured look, this actually would stand up all by itself. So when you make a bag with this, although it is a very, very easy to sew, you do not need to use a walking foot for construction. You don't need to use a walking foot for quilting it either. You can use your regular foot. As always, we're going to extend our stitch length if we're quilting 3.5, 4, something like that. But you don't need to use a walking foot. It provides a gorgeous structure for bags, baskets, boxes. It's also brilliant for things like Kindle covers, e-reader covers. And also, I've done sewing machine covers with it as well. So if you've got bags for life, I used Bosal in our form to make my sewing machine cover, and that provides lovely padding. Wendy says, is Bosal the same as Decaville, please? No, Wendy, it isn't. So Decaville is a very firm, or very, very firm, there's Decaville Light and Decaville, interfacing. But because it is a very firm, it almost feels and looks like a piece of very thin leather or card almost that's fusible on one side. So that's very thin, and that would create something like, if you wanted like the outside of a wallet or the outside of a book jacket or a thin flap on something, then Decaville, brilliant. So think very thin, almost like card, but you can wash it. Whereas your Bosal in our form is a foam. It's soft, it's squishy, it's washable, super easy to sew. If you've never used it before, I wouldn't blame you at all for thinking, oh no, that wouldn't be easy. I'd have to use a walking foot. You really don't. If you've used Bosal in our form, I'm sure you're nodding in agreement now. It is easy peasy to sew. And although, like when you're doing something that's sort of three-dimensional, it springs out. And when you come to sew, all you've got to do is literally push it down and run it under your machine, and it really behaves itself. It's great stuff. It's one of my hero products. And here is our early bird today, which is even better. £1 per half metre. Loads and loads of you have multi-bought on that. The more you buy, the more you're saving. Right, next up, we're going to do some June Taylor Quilt As You Go projects. We're going to start with the Alexandra tote bag. These are great products. If you've never seen them before, June Taylor, massive American company, absolutely brilliant. You've got printed batting. It's an 80-20 batting. And I'm going to open this one up just to show you the principle. So, you get your full instructions, first of all, for making your bag. Okay, you get your full instructions. You get this, which is a woven twill tape. You actually put this inside your bag handles to make really strong handles. That's a lovely extra, isn't it, that they've thought to do that, because it's a really beautiful quality bag. And then you get printed wadding. And you might think, how does that work, printed wadding? So your whole tote bag is done in one piece, okay? And it's all printed in blue. You've got your straps there as well. And they're all numbered. So you might be thinking, okay, is this foundation piecing? Well, sort of, but not exactly how you imagine. So in your pattern, you've got all your cutting instructions. You're going to cut your fabric into strips. And I think this is jelly roll friendly. And the blue lines are actually where the raw edges of your fabric will meet the blue lines. So the blue lines aren't sewing lines. They're where you place your fabric. So you put piece number 1 down over number 1, and then you put piece number 2 strip on top of it, right sides together. And the raw edges will meet that blue line. And you have your lining fabric fused to the back. So 505 quilt basting spray is useful for this. And then you sew the 2 pieces of fabric together. Flip number 2 back, and the raw edge should just meet that blue line. Then you put piece number 3 on top, you sew and flip it back. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you keep going. And then when you've done all of that, you start sewing strips going this way, 20, 21, 22, and so on. And then you put them on this side. And then you trim around the outside, following the line. You cover the straps with some fabric as well. And then you make it up into your bag. They're really easy. And the finished bag is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. And yeah, you can use half a jelly roll or a 2.5-inch strip roll to make the bag. Or you can use quarter yards, fat quarters, something like that. That would be lovely done in Tilda, wouldn't it? £15.99. Susie from Worcestershire, Susie Duncan in fact, says, absolutely love Quilters You Go projects. They're easy to make and fab designs. I've made so many. Great presents too. They really are. Thank you for messaging in, Susie. So that is your Alexandra tote. Now, next up, I've got the insulated shopping tote. Now, this bag is a little bit special because you've got your pattern, you've got your twill tape for doing your insulated handles. You've also got a big piece of thick, like template plastic. You're actually going to use that as the base of your shopping bag because the base on this shopping bag is 10 inches wide. So this is a big, wide shopping bag. You could get things like you know your 4-pinter of milk, your bottles of wine maybe, your jars, your tins into this bag. It's really strong and sturdy. But then also your printed batting, I don't know if you can see this, but your printed batting is actually the thermal insulating batting. It's got the silver metal running through it. So this could be your freezer bag that you bring home all of your frozen and your chilled goods. Or it could be your bag that you take, perhaps you take it to a farmer's market when you buy your cheeses and your cooked meats. Or it could be the bag that you take when you go and get your rotisserie chicken, or even your takeaways. If you don't have them delivered, I never get things delivered. Fab, absolutely fab. And that's all printed with your stitching lines, so it's super easy. Now, 1/4 of the stock's gone. I've got teens of these left, and I don't know when we'll get these back in. They are brilliant. I've done a lot of them. That's Joy from Peterborough. Yeah, these Quilters You Go bag sets, they're fab. They're absolutely fab. Those details on screen, that picture is the wrong bag. No, honestly, it isn't, because it says it's a set of 3. It says it's a set of 3. And it's not a set of 3, it's 1. There's the bag. It's a great bag. It's a great bag. Really cool. Really cool. We'll update the picture, don't worry. That's the one you're getting. I love the fact that it's got that 10-inch wide base and sides, of course. It's also got that sturdy plastic that goes in the bottom of your bag. You cover it with fabric, but you end up with this lovely, strong, sturdy base to the bag, and then thermal insulated wadding inside, so it keeps your cold and frozen things cold for longer, or your hot things hot for longer. And then we've got a set of 3 shopping totes. This is slightly different, but you actually get all 3 bags in the pack. So the value here is incredible. Each of the bags, by the way, is 13 inches by 15 inches by 10 inches deep. So they've still got that really deep, wide base, And they've also got the plastic that goes in the base. So that, basically, that is the size of the base of the bag. So they're really big and sturdy. But this isn't done on batting. Shall I show you what's inside? I'll show you what's inside. Because this is like a really sturdy interfacing that it's made from. You get so much. I mean, look at this great big thick wadge. Look, that's all of your interfacing. And when I open this up, it reminds me of something, and I'm not quite sure what it reminds me of. You actually sometimes get bags made out of this, don't you? I don't know if you've ever bought a sort of, like a bag for life. I'm thinking about where it's almost like a non-woven canvas almost. Anyway, you can sort of see my fingers through. So you get an idea of the thickness of this. So it's not a wadding, but it's still got all the printed lines on. So you stitch your fabrics directly to the interfacing. It's not fusible in any way, so you don't have to worry about it sort of fusing where it isn't supposed to. And you actually get 3 different designs on here. So you get one which looks like a plait, okay. Then you get another one which is straight strips going across, and then you've got these long strips going down. And then this one, which is a little bit like the first bag I showed you, where you're sort of piecing in one direction and then piecing in the other direction. So they all have a little bit of a different look. You can use strips of fabric, you can use scraps of fabric to make these, or things like fat quarters or half meters if you've got them. So just pick your fabric and every single one is going to look different. Half the stock's gone, half the stock's in baskets. Do check out, please. They're great value. They're great value. And then look, you also get full instructions, of course, and you get your 3 bag bases. Isn't that cool? What brilliant value for $25.99. And actually, I think one of the best things about this is a really, really good excuse to crack open your stash and your scraps and those bits and bobs. Because actually, even if you don't have fabrics that are long enough or wide enough to make the bag, you could actually piece them together. I sometimes set myself that challenge. I'm determined to use this no matter what. Now, we're going to finish the hour with a little bit of webbing. Can we start with this one? Because I've got to tell you, I've used this on one of the bags in my new book, which is out next year, in my new bag making book. Because I fell in love with this. I love the fact that it's double-sided. You've got that dark animal print on one side and the light animal print on the other. So whichever way you use it, or actually you could use both. I just think it's gorgeous. It's £1.89 per half metre, and it's cut to order. Now, if I could just give you a tip here, if you're buying webbing, if you're going to use it for something like a shoulder bag, then you really do need at least 1.5 metres. I would say 2 metres to be on the safe side. If you're thinking about buying this to make something like a rucksack, then I think you need at least 3 metres, if not 4. Because when you start doing those kind of over the shoulder, especially if you're broad-shouldered like me, and you actually end up using way more than you think you're going to for each shoulder strap. And then if you've got that little carry handle at the back as well. So between 2 and 4 metres is a stashable amount. Next one, I've got this gorgeous chocolate and black stripe. Very smart. Oh, they've called it grey. I think it's a brownie, sort of a taupey grey, isn't it? And black, but really lovely. Again, very smart. £1.89 per half metre, and it is cut to order. This is 38mm wide, 1.5 inches. So use this with your 1.5 inch aperture metalware. And then last of all, something really fresh and pretty. again, I'd be taking this to my scraps, and I'd be picking out all the scraps I could find that matched up with those colours and making a gorgeous bag with them. And this would be my shoulder strap, my tape. 189.5 metre. Kirsty says, morning Stuart, love the June Taylor tote bags. I take the insulated one and at least one of the 3 totes set with me every time I shop. They hold so much shopping. That's the point, isn't it? Really is. All right, we're going to go to a little break now. When we come back, I'm joined by Nikola Pottinger with All Set to Sew. We're going to start with the most adorable baby grows. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates, and good luck.
Join us here on Sewing Street this Monday when Delphine Brooks is launching a brand new fabric, psychedelic woodland collection. The inspiration for this collection comes from the allurement of the celestial night sky, where all the mystical creatures rise from their camouflage shelters to play wild and free under the safety of the elegant moon. The band of colours bounce off the atmosphere, lighting up the landscape in an explosion of colour and mystical wonder, creating an intriguing playground for all the creatures of the night. With each panel, there is the beauty of the main subject sat against their own magical backdrop landscape, embellished with flowers and plants galore. Don't miss out on Delphine's psychedelic woodland collection this Monday from 10 a.m.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Oh, I've been really excited about this hour all morning. Nikola Pottinger's here from All Set to Sew.
Hello.
Hello there, welcome back.
Thank you.
And are you?
And am I what? All set
All
to
set
sew.
to sew.
Oh, always. Always.
I mean, I wake up every morning and like, first thought in my mind, I'm all set to sew. We've got the cutest projects in this hour and also some really super useful projects as well coming up. But we've got to start with the cutest, absolutely gorgeous, multi-sized romper. Now, sadly, this doesn't come in adult size, does it?
No.
So I do love a onesie, but this is completely reversible. It's got cam snaps on the shoulders. It's got gorgeous little ribbing at the ankles. Just the whole shape is just adorable, isn't it? And then the whole thing is reversible as well. I'm just going to pull this through to the other side. Absolutely gorgeous. So you've got two different looks from one romper. So giftable. Not a massive make either, is it?
No.
Something like this, quite a quick make.
It is.
This is actually going to be a bit of a demo later on. This is your turning gap so for how to make it. We'll show you that in a second. But it's just absolutely lovely. Such a cute make. And then you've got those cam snaps on both sides. So it's fully reversible. Really nice to customise these as well. So let me show you. We've got this bundle, this very bundle. Now, pattern-wise, size-wise, Nicola, what ages does the pattern cover?
It's from 0 to 3 months
Yep.
up to 2 years.
Oh,
And
amazing.
then we find after 2 years, those little kiddies don't want to wear rompers.
They don't want to wear them anyway. But till then, cutie pie, absolutely gorgeous. So you get your full instructions. And then you also get, as always from Nicola, high quality paper with your full pattern on. But look how she's done it. It's like it's been drawn with crayon. That's so cute. That is so cute. Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm sure you'd agree, Nicola, you don't want to be cutting this pattern up.
No.
Keep it
No.
up, because babies grow.
Quickly.
They grow quickly. And you'll be making the next size up and the next size up. So you want to keep your pattern whole. We've got fantastic prim dressmaker's paper that you can trace the design off onto. And then you've got the pattern stays whole. So you can use it again and again. I'll show you the lovely fabrics that you've got. So you've got that gorgeous mustard jersey for the ribbing, for your little ankles. And then you've also got the fabulous sort of parrot fabric,
Yeah.
isn't it? With the florals. And then you also get the gorgeous stripe. Now, how much fabric do we get? How big is each piece?
So it's the full width of the bolt,
Yep.
and it's 75 centimetres in length, which will make up to age 2.
Amazing. So you've got enough fabric here to do up to a 2-year-old's romper. And remember, it's fully reversible as well. So you're getting 1.5 meters of that gorgeous, stretchy jersey.
Yeah.
It is absolutely beautiful quality. You're also getting your ribbing as well. And it looks like the ribbing's fairly generous
Yeah, yeah.
to make 2 cuffs out of.
So there's always
Fantastic.
a little bit that can be stashed away.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I love how the colour, it really goes with both. That's gorgeous. For $34.99. Now remember, these make the most gorgeous gifts if you know somebody who's having a baby, grandchildren. Now, we've had a question saying, is it possible to adapt the pattern to put poppers on the crotch?
Yeah, it's something that I'm going to look at for the poppers, because at the moment it's not been developed with the poppers. But yes, because that is just a seam, that's one of the first things that you sew is the seam of the crotch. So it can be adapted if you put the poppers on first before you then create the side seams.
Yes, for those quick changes.
Yes. Yeah.
Which I believe are also part of parenting.
Apparently so, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yes. It's very, very cute though, aren't they? This is one side. This is the stripe. There's that gorgeous stripe. And then this is your fabulous parrot fabric on the other side. This is really lovely. And as well, completely non-gendered. So good for boys and girls. Yeah, really lovely. So that's bundle number 1. And then bundle number 2. Oh, I love this. Look, you've got the fabulous blue with primary spots. This is a bit more limited, this one. So just be quick, won't you? Oh, look. There's a bear doing magic tricks. There's a musical alligator. There's an elephant playing the maracas.
Of course.
On roller skates, obviously, obviously. And then a lion playing the drum. I could have just described the weekend that I've got coming up. Absolutely gorgeous. And then you also get your mustard ribbing again. When everyone's checked out their baskets, we're on single figures on that. These are cute, aren't they? I mean, I know often we say, oh, if someone's having a baby, make a quilt. But if you're a dressmaker, make a romper. If you're not a dressmaker, is this a difficult make?
It's not, and it can be made either on the overlocker, if you're comfortable with the overlocker, which is what I'll demonstrate, or it can be made on a sewing machine with just a small zigzag, you know, a stretch stitch and a ballpoint needle.
Because at the end of the day, actually, you've no seams that are exposed.
No.
It's all fully, well, it's not just lined, it's fully reversible. So all you've got to do is be able to sew a stretch stitch. So on your sewing machine, a lightning stitch is my favourite.
Yeah, it's really good. And there's 2 links in the pattern to YouTube tutorials. There's 2 tricky bits, which is attaching the cuffs and attaching the shoulders. But there's YouTube demonstration on both of those bits, and the QR code is in the pattern.
Fantastic, fantastic. So that's our second bundle, $34.99. Now we've also got the pattern on its own. If you'd like the pattern on its own, if you've got jerseys, and that's the most suitable, isn't it? Jersey. You want to use stretchy fabric.
Yeah, you can. You can also do it with maybe a lightweight cotton or a double gauze. But it's always nice to have one layer being jersey, because it just gives a bit of movement.
Bit of movement,
bit of
flexibility for those little wrigglers. $11.99 for that. Remember, it's from newborn up to 2 years. And how many actual size increments are there in the pattern? Is it 5?
Yeah, there's up to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, 12, 18, and then
Amazing.
2.
18 to 12, 2 years.
Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant. It's gorgeous. If you want the pattern on its own, the details are on screen, $11.99. That's a lovely one to have. Do you know, we don't do very much children's wear or baby wear on Sewing Street, and I wish we did more. It's really cute, and also there's so many lovely opportunities to use these patterns, aren't they? There's lovely receiving gifts, but also for people who've got, you know, an 18-month-old. You're learning techniques. If you've never worked with jersey before, it's an easy fabric to sew. It's really very forgiving.
It is, it is. it's a nice way to practice dressmaking. That's how I started sewing.
Oh, is it?
Just sewing for my little girl, and there's no real fitting required.
No, quite.
It's quite straightforward.
No shaping.
And it gives you an opportunity to make something you feel confident about.
It's true. And also, you know, if you the only fastening is poppers, and they're so easy to fit. I just need to give you a bit of a stock warning on this one, which is your musical instrument playing animals and your gorgeous spots with your ribbing and your pattern. $34.99. Last few chances. Low single figures left on this bundle. All right, low single figures. Check out your basket, won't you? Pattern on its own again, $11.99 if you would like to get that. Now, you really do not want to be cutting up that pattern because you'll want to make all the sizes over a period of quite a short amount of time. So grab yourself some pattern paper, some prim pattern paper. We've got a bundle. It's 3 rolls of pattern paper. Now, normally they're $8.99 a piece. I thought they were $9.99 actually, but $8.99 a roll. That's 10 meters by 1 meter wide. That's 1 roll. So you get 10 meters on a roll. So you're actually getting 30 meters of pattern paper here, and you're actually only paying for 2 of those rolls. You're getting a whole roll for free. It's fabulous value. $17.98. Brilliant if you do a lot of dressmaking. If you like to make multi-sizes, I'll do a shirt for me, but a shirt for Charlie. And with different sizes. Same with children's wear. If you're going to be making all the sizes, you need to trace them off and then just have them in like Polly pockets or, you know, with the age range on. And then you just grab the pattern that you need and away you go. You know, you have those favourite patterns that you're always making, trace them off into tissue. Also, as well, if you're making adaptations to patterns, if you need to regularly lengthen or shorten, it's really useful to have this pattern paper. Also, my top tip, actually, not dressmaking, but if you're a quilter, is this pattern paper is brilliant for practicing your quilting and planning out your quilting patterns on, because it's 1 meter wide, it's 10 meters in 1 roll, so you can plan out long borders, you can plan out blocks, and you can also just practice your sort of muscle memory, drawing your patterns out on paper, because if you can draw it confidently and keep going over the same designs, it helps to build that muscle memory so that when you sit down at your sewing machine, you actually feel confident, you know what you're doing. This is the kind of stuff we're talking about. It is 1 meter wide, whole meter wide by 10 meters in length. And you actually get 3 of these rolls for £17.98. It's great value, isn't it?
It is.
Really useful stuff. Very easy to trace onto. Just a little noisy. Little bit noisy. Right, now I've also got some jerseys. A whole load of jerseys. Now, these are by the ½ meter, but they're pre-cut in ½ meter pieces. So absolutely perfect for making the newborn size if you're getting the pattern only, or you've got a kit and you want to make more newborn size only with ½ meter. But also things like headbands and what other things? Bandanas.
And little bibs.
Gorgeous bibs.
Bandanas, bibs work really well.
Very cute, very cute.
Scrunchies.
Adult accessories as well. You can also sew these together to make little blankets, can't you?
Yeah, you can. They're really soft. I love sort of soft jersey blankets.
Little hats. Little hats.
And also little shorts and leggings.
Nice. Lovely. Yeah, little leggings. Oh, can I pick one of my favourites first? It's this little animal one. Look at these. So it's ½ meter. I'll show you what ½ meter looks like. Remember, in your kit, you actually get 3/4 meter of each fabric, but this is a pre-cut ½ meter piece. So that's the size of piece you're getting. Enough to make the newborn size of romper. Can you see? That's your ½ meter. Very cute, that. Very cute. $3.99, is that all? That's brilliant. Yeah, I love the little hats that have like a little knot.
Yeah.
on the top. They're really cute. Really cute. So that's the first option. Safari. Half the stock's already gone. Be quick on these. We've got really low numbers and it's very, very limited. It's a bit of a special offer, to be honest. The stripe is next. This does come in the kit, but if you wanted to do some extra accessories, there's 1/2 metre. It is pre-cut as 1/2 metre. If you multi-buy, you will get separate 1/2 metre pieces. Just be aware. That's the stripe. Next up, we've got the parrot fabric. This is the one that you also get in the kit. But if you want extra, this is a 1/2 metre pre-cut, £3.99, colourful birds. All right, all jerseys. Next up, I've got the musical animals. 1/2 metre of this. They're absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Super, super cute. Super cute. That's a band I'd pay money to go and see. Wouldn't you? Great fun.
Oh, I would.
Next up, this is lovely. Rainbows. Rainbows. But these could be used to make adult accessories, scrunchies, hairbands, things like that.
Infinity scarf.
Oh, an infinity scarf would be lovely. I'm a big fan of the infinity scarf. Very nice. And then the last one that I've got are those lovely colourful spots. They are also in one of the kits, but this is a 1/2 metre pre-cut piece for just £3.99. If you are multi-buying, remember, they don't come joined up. They come as separate 1/2 metre pre-cut pieces, but a bargain. Absolute bargain. Really lovely. Just be aware, I've got teens or less of everything. So if you want any of these, please be quick. All right, we will be demoing the romper, but before we go on, I've got a couple more projects to go through. The first one are these wonderful baskets. So in the kit, you get the pattern. You also get all of your fabric for the inside and the outside. There's a large and a small. We've called this one artist theme. So you've got kind of paint palettes and brushes and crayons and that kind of thing. And then this wonderful red and white zigzag. What's inside the basket?
I've used H640.
H640. You could use H630. Could I use something as firm as Bosal in our form, the foam?
Yeah, you can.
Thin foam.
Yeah, it will make it a really good, sturdy
Really
basket.
sturdy. In the kit, you get your fabrics, 1/2 metre of each. You also get all of your buttons to do both.
Yes, there's 8 buttons.
Yeah, you get all your buttons and you get your pattern as well. Really lovely fabric and the kind of thing you'll make again and again. Very clever construction. You look at these little extra pockets that you get. You can either have them on the outside, so useful, or you can place them on the inside instead for secret things. Cool fabric, very nice fabric. I like the idea of switching the inside and the outside over your two makes. And you get your larger and you get your smaller one. Very clever, I like that. Then the other fabric that I've got, or the other kit I've got, is sewing themed. So here are the sewing themed ones, and these are all ready to go, all set to sew. You've got scissors, you've got rotary cutter, all of those bits and pieces in there, stored safely. They could also be storage for your fat quarters or your yardage. You get your 2.5 meters of fabric. So you get this one, which looks a bit like my workroom, piles of fabric in a sewing machine. You also get this lovely floral. You get your buttons, 8 buttons to make 2 baskets, and you also get your pattern included for how to make your baskets, your written instructions for £22. Very good value, very good value. And that's the kind of thing you'd make again and again and again. And very giftable project as well, that, isn't it? We can do the pattern on its own. We can do the pattern on its own. If you love the idea of the storage basket duo, we've got the pattern. It's £9.99. What's your angel policy? Can people make and sell?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Great. So if you want to make and sell these for charity or for profit, you can. And they are that kind of thing that would be very easy, wouldn't it, to make and to sell. Very Christmas giftable.
That's what I was thinking as well. Nice as well for storing sort of Christmas snacks, like your Quality Street, or hiding the ones that you don't want people to eat in the little pockets.
Yes, agreed, definitely. I'm all there for that. And then the last project from Nicola is pattern only. I absolutely love this. It's for the Sarah sling bag. This is really cool. So it's kind of almost banana shaped, I'm going to say, or sort of triangular shaped. Okay, you've got your hidey hole, your secret pocket. You've also got your main double zipper into a really nice big space inside. You've got clips on the side, a ring on the side, so you could clip keys, you could clip, perhaps if you're dog walking as well, other essentials. And then you've got this adjustable strap, so you can wear this over your shoulder, you can wear this crossbody. Can you put this around your waist as well?
You can.
Almost like a bum bag. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant bag. Pattern only for £9.99. I think that's super.
Thank you.
Lots of you coming in for that. Do I need much bag making experience to make it?
No, it's actually a very sort of straightforward construction. Not a lot of experience needed. There is again a YouTube tutorial, and there's a QR code.
That's in the pattern.
That's in the pattern, yeah.
Terrific.
So it will take you through step by step.
Great. Great. I think that's lovely. Super popular. If you really like that, yeah, grab it. £9.99. It's great actually. It's a really nice shape. Really useful. Love the fact that you've got that secret pocket and that main pocket. Just very useful. And also being able to clip things to it. Perhaps dog walking, or you took this to a daytime disco.
I did last Saturday, daytime.
A daytime disco. How much fun is that?
Loads of fun.
How much fun is that? Was it one of those silent discos?
It wasn't silent, no. It was very much a 90s.
A loud one.
Loud one, yeah.
Nice, nice. Sounds like fun. Nicola was telling me everyone was over 30 and everyone was terribly polite.
So polite.
So polite.
Everyone bumped into each other with their drinks and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." So it's okay.
Love that. Love that. I might go. Brilliant, brilliant. That's everything in today's show. Should we go to demo? Let's do it.
Okay.
We're going to do the romper, aren't we?
We are. I thought it'd be quite interesting just to show the basic construction of the reversible romper. Quite often with making something fully reversible, there's usually a bit of a trick to doing it. In your head, you think, oh, it's okay, I'll just put the right sides together. But there's always a trick of making it constructing it so it actually works and becomes fully reversible. So I'll show you that. So we're going to start off with both the fabrics. Now, for the purpose of the demonstration and for following instructions, even though it's fully reversible, it's good to put in your head which one is going to be classed as the outer fabric and which one's the lining fabric.
Yes.
So I'm going to go with the pattern, so my musical animals is my outer fabric. So I've got the front and the back piece, and we're going to put them right sides together and line up the two outer edges, and we're going to whiz these down on the overlocker. So if you haven't used, well, if you're used to using an overlocker, then you can absolutely make this whole project on an overlocker. If you want to make it on a sewing machine, it's absolutely fine to make it on a sewing machine as well, just using, obviously because it's a stretch fabric, a ballpoint needle and a stretch stitch.
Yeah.
So, right.
And if you're not familiar with which ones those are, look in the manual. There's always a guide to which stitches you use for which fabrics. So your sewing machine manual is an absolute mine of information.
It is. Okay.
You're using an overlocker there, aren't you? You don't have to. You can sew this on a machine. But what's our seam allowance?
It's 1.5 centimetres on
1.5
this one.
centimetres, so 5/8 of an inch.
I'm just going to make sure that is caught. And I always use clips on an overlocker.
Do you?
Yeah, because if I use pins, it's so easy to run over a pin.
Gotcha.
And the minute you go over a pin, it blunts your blade.
Yeah, we don't like that.
No.
If you've never sewn jersey before, do you have any quick top tips?
Top tips for sewing jersey. Take it slowly. I think sometimes people overthink sewing with jersey, and really you want to just make sure you're not going to stretch the fabric as you sew. So just guide it, because if you start stretching it, it can stretch out of shape and distort the garment.
And any tips when you're cutting it out?
I like to use a rotary cutter. In a nice sharp one. I was trying to use a rotary cutter outside earlier and it was blunt.
Oh dear, well, that doesn't
like this.
surprise me at all.
But yeah, I like to use a rotary cutter with jersey, just because it's more likely to move about, especially if you're using a viscose jersey.
Yeah.
It's quite nice to just use weights and use a rotary cutter and
Yeah,
boards.
on a board.
Yeah, yeah. But a cotton jersey, actually, if you're not used to sewing with jersey, then it's best to start off with a cotton jersey. These are 95% cotton, 5% elastane, and they work really nicely under the sewing machine. So as a viscose jersey for your dressmaking, this has got viscose in it, it will move a lot.
Much more fluid, isn't it?
It is, but these are really great. Not to be scared of, at all. There's lots of tips.
Yep, lovely. Patricia asks, hi Stuart, she says, I love the fabrics. I was going to get 2.5 meters to make myself some fun pyjama bottoms. Could I piece them together?
Oh, you could patchwork.
You could patchwork them. You could patchwork them. Obviously, you would end up with quite a lot of seam
Yeah.
for the legs on the pyjamas, but you absolutely could. Yeah.
I think so.
The kit that Nicola is using right now, those details are on screen. The musical animals and colourful spots, I've literally got 5 of those kits left. Remember, your kit will make anything from the newborn size right up to the 2-year-old size. You've got your full pattern. Your pattern covers all sizes up to 2 years from newborn. You've got enough ribbing to do one size, either from newborn up to 2-year-olds as well. So it's great value.
So once you've sewn both the side seams, you're going to then sew the little curve of the crotch area. So like we were saying earlier, if you're going to try and adapt with poppers, this is where you'd be attaching
Okay.
poppers. Something I'm going to look into with this pattern. And as it's a curve, I just shape the fabric as it goes through. So sort of stretch it out. So
Sure. If you are in the market for an overlocker, by the way, if you've been tempted, this is the Elna 664 overlocker on screen. The price is brilliant, £339. It's a super easy overlocker to just jump onto and use. Very easy to thread, all colour-coded, and just really user-friendly. You can do 2, 3 and 4 thread overlocking on it. Yeah, it's a fab machine, with or without the blade.
So I'm just running that off to create a gap to turn through in the
Oh,
lining
okay.
side.
So leave a gap in the side on
Yeah.
the inner.
Yes.
As you say, you've got to kind of pick, one's your outside, one's your inner, because you're going to leave a gap in the inner.
Yeah. But then once it's all sewn up, it does make it fully reversible, so it doesn't matter. But it's just leave a gap for the turning.
Love that, yeah. Now we have a question for you from Bethan, who's in the Isle of Anglesey. When using a sewing machine rather than an overlocker, which stitch would I need?
Okay, so there's a couple of stitches. There's a standard zigzag, which if you make it about 2.5 to 3 millimetres wide, and that's quite a nice little stitch. Or there's a lightning stitch quite often programmed into the sewing machines, which is literally looks like a lightning stitch.
Yep.
Like a,
Yes. Yes, it's sort of like a, you know, when you think of Harry Potter's little scar, it sort of looks like that.
It does.
I love the lightning stitch because it's so narrow that if you like pressing your seams open, you can still press your seams open with the lightning stitch. Whereas if you use a zigzag, those seams really can't be pressed open.
No.
Stretch needles are on screen. These are for using in a sewing machine. These are the stretch sewing needles from Schmetz. You get 75s and 90s. So I think I'd use a 75 for this jersey, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Okay.
Gosh, the overlocker does make such easy work of this.
It really does. It does. It just makes it so quick. And I'm quite an impatient sewer. And I like things just to be done not as quickly as possible, but I do quite like that, getting them, like an overlocker, because it just whizzes through.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to, do you have a pair of scissors there?
We can certainly get you a pair of scissors, no problem.
Okay, we're going to sew, thank you, we're going to sew the cuffs
Levi's
next.
like a coiled spring.
I know, where did he appear
He's
from?
fabulous, wonderful. Thank you, Levi.
Thank you.
Brilliant. There we go.
Thank you. I didn't cut my cuff pieces in half. So you've got 2 squares for the cuffs. There we go. Oh, they're pretty.
Aren't they lovely?
Rainbows. Okay, so to make the cuffs, you want to make sure that the length of the cuff is positioned on the cuffing so that the stretch's width goes across.
Yep, okay.
I've got it out. And we're going to sew them together along the long edge there.
Got you.
Okay, and then let's get rid of those loose threads. Not all overlockers come with a little cutter.
It's a lovely one, isn't it?
Yeah, really like it. Okay, so once you've sewn that in half, we're just going to fold the cuff. And I've chosen the smallest size to make, so just to show you that even a real fiddly little garment can still be made on an overlocker. Okay, so that is now folded to create the cute little cuff.
Gorgeous. So that's right side on the outside. I mean, I know it's just on the right side, but...
Yeah. I can't believe my now 15-year-old actually ever used to fit in something so tiny.
Scary, isn't it?
Yep. Okay, so the cuffs are then inserted into one of the legs so that the folded edge goes in, the raw edges are aligned with the raw edges of the leg, and your seam is going to match with the inner seam of the crotch area. And I'm just going to pin at this point, or clip. So I've just put the first clip in at the inner seam. I'm just going to stretch out the cuff to match half of the cuff with the outer seam.
Got you.
And then I'm going to find the quarter points by stretching it out and pop in a clip.
It's a very good way of doing it. I like that.
I think with something so fiddly and so little, it just makes it, by stretching it out, you know you've evenly distributed it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to do exactly the same with the other one.
But the other thing with jersey, you know, even though it requires a slightly different handling, it's such a forgiving fabric.
Yeah.
Especially with things like fitting.
Oh, it really is.
Yeah, it has become like sort of the fabric du jour for a lot of dressmakers.
And if you've got an overlocker, like something like this dress, it's made so quickly and it's just done.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Did you make your dress?
Yes.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Thank you.
Really lovely.
It's quite a forgiving one with the ties around the tummy.
Lovely. Yes, please. Oh, Sue says, hello, I'm having trouble opening the app. Is it your end or mine? I think it's yours, Sue. Try just refreshing, or try updating it. If you go to your app store and update, just make sure it needs, or delete and re-download, reinstall it.
Right, so I'm just doing exactly the same with the other cuff. Right, so then, once you've clipped your cuffs in, to make it, to attach the next, the lining, make sure that you've got your front facing up, so the front side of the romper facing up with the back facing down, and exactly the same with the lining, to make sure they're both the right way up. We're going to flip up the raw edges of the cuff, and then we're going to attach the right sides of the lining fabric to, and we're going to align all the raw edges. So that's just going to sit, so you're going to pop that cuff just inside there and reclip, so that we've now got the cuff sandwiched in between the outer and the lining fabric.
Okay.
So I'm going to do exactly.
Oh, Sue, she says she had no luck doing that, so we are going to have a little investigate and see if there is a glitch or something like that that's causing you issues. Let me get back to you on it, Sue. Apologies if anyone's having problems with apps. Yes.
Love technology.
Oh, I love technology when it's working.
Yeah, which isn't very often. Okay, so now I've got both ends of the leg opening attached to the cuff. All the raw edges are aligned. And we're going to sew this teeny tiny bit on the overlocker. So I'm going to lift up the presser foot and start at a seam. So just be careful as well. Obviously, if you haven't used an overlocker before, the first thing that the fabric hits is the blade. So always be careful that you've not got anything caught underneath, because it will cut a little hole. So I'm going to pop that.
Can you tack jersey?
You can, yeah. If you're going to, yes, if you're going to tack, it won't really matter, because if you do it within the seam allowance, it's going to get chopped off.
Yeah.
So you could tack it in place.
Sometimes if I'm doing something where it's like awkward, I'll get rid of the clips or the pins.
That's a really
before
good
I
idea.
sew. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't baste very often, believe me. But sometimes I think, not to have those clips in my way. You're experienced at doing this, maybe first time.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Then at least you get the feel for sewing the cuff, and it's all in place.
It's like with zips. If I'm putting a zip in,
Oh, yeah.
I do occasionally crack open the pins, and then I will, I do, but then I will get my needle and thread out and just tack it.
Yeah. I'm just, as I'm going around, because the needle is in the down position, I'm just stretching out the fabric to make sure that the cuff is stretched and matches the opening of the leg. So the cuff's always a little bit smaller, because otherwise you're going to have baggy openings, which you don't want, especially on babies. So that is nearly sewn all the way around. And I'm just doing it in little stages. I'm not rushing it. I'm just making sure that as I go around, I'm stretching out the fabric, the cuff to match the leg openings, and I'm making sure that I'm not catching any fabric underneath with the blade.
Nice shot from our director, Ollie, there as well. Thanks for that, Ollie. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Bird's eye view. It's a bird's eye view.
And then you're going to tie off these threads just to make sure that they don't unravel. It's the quickest way. They're all going to be enclosed, so you won't even
Because
notice.
this is the kind of thing that's going to be in and out of the washing machine.
Yes.
and back on and in and out the way. And presumably as well, we don't need to iron.
No, oh goodness
Oh,
me,
no.
never. Especially with kids. The minute you get it on, they've thrown up on it. Or I used to iron everything for my son because I was in that new mum stage, and I don't know why, because he was a really sicky baby. And
Was he?
yeah, it was disgusting. Less so now.
Love it. Sue says the Britannia overlocker has a free arm. That would be useful. It would actually, wouldn't it? You could have a free arm if you got
Oh
a free
yeah.
arm.
Oh God, yeah, that would be amazing.
Yeah, the Britannia one has a free arm. Thank you.
Have you got a tea?
Thank you. I have got special dispensation.
I was going to say, it's okay, I'm not thirsty. Okay, so I'm just doing the same with the other one. I've turned up the cuff and just aligning the raw edges with the opening of the lining.
It's very clever how it's put together, and like you said earlier on, it does require special consideration when you're making things that are fully reversible.
Yeah. I also have a pattern for a reversible dress, and that took some working out.
Oh, I bet.
Really did.
But fabulous when you've done it, and it's
Yeah.
a real sort of useful thing to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first time I tried, it just ended up as a donut, and I thought, I can't work out why it's a donut. I was like, what's going on? And then we got there in the end.
It's just a hole in the middle of it. You can just sit your naked baby in.
It's probably the best thing to do anyway. I'll just whiz round this.
My one of my old school friends, Jen, has got twin boys who are, like, you know, teenagers now. But she's told me so many funny stories of when they were babies, you know, and especially having twins as well, you know. And Charlie, my husband's a twin as well.
Oh, is he? So that
He is, yeah. But he's got a twin sister.
really?
Yeah. My mum still asks me if they were identical. They don't look anything like each other.
That's funny.
Nothing alike. I don't even think you would think they were siblings necessarily.
No way.
Well, not really, because Charlie's quite blondie and blue-eyed. His sister is brown-eyed, really dark chestnut hair.
They're twins.
Yeah, they're both tall. Charlie's
Yeah.
6'2" and Joe, I think, is about 5'10" maybe.
Wow.
So they're both tall. But yeah, apart from that, I don't think you would necessarily know they were related.
So my 13-year-old girl and my 15-year-old boy are as little, when they were little, they looked like twins.
Did they?
I felt like I had twins because they still gang up on me together. They really look alike, but
Interesting.
not twins though. Neither of them look like me.
Don't they?
Nope. Or both look like my husband.
All a little bit of a lottery though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Once the sort of... Mandy has got in touch. She says, hello, I've just discovered Sewing Stream for the first time today. Welcome, Mandy. Welcome. I'm
nice.
dreaming of what I can sew when I get a chance. Oh, I know, Mandy, time is the one thing we don't sell. But, you know, we do quick things. We do quick makes. Mm-hmm. This is a quick make.
This is. How am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing okay. Well, we're just about to sew the neckline together.
Yep.
And again, this is another tricky one that there's a YouTube tutorial for. Once you've got everything sewn up and you've got like this...
The donut.
It becomes even more of a donut. You're going to lay it out so you've got the front of the romper facing up. And you're going to take the two back shoulder straps,
Yep.
corresponding ones, bring them together. So that is matched together, pop a little clip. And then you're matching the right sides together.
Scratch your head, my love. Thank you.
So then you're going to bring the right sides together, match up the underarm seam,
Yeah.
pop a clip. We're creating even more of a donut now. And then match up the right hand.
So this is back to back.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And then we're going to work our way round, matching up the side seams again. This is going to all be sewn, this neckband, in one continuous row.
Okay. I'm really enjoying watching the construction. It's terrific. If you want the pattern on its own, by the way, the details are on screen. You get all of the different sizes. I'm going to grab the pattern out. It's really cute. It's done like a child's drawn it with crayon. I mean, it doesn't look like a child's drawn it because it would be absolutely enormous.
Maybe a mum has grabbed the crayons and designed it with a crayon. Yeah.
Look, but it's ever so cool. But you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different sizes. Okay, so you've got your newborn to 3 months, 6 month, 12 month, 18 month, 2 years. And you've got your full instructions as well, all your construction notes for $11.99. But trace the pattern off.
Definitely.
Don't cut it up because you'll want to make all sizes.
So once you've started clipping at the side seams and you've worked your way around, just trust the process, just keep on following the raw edges and just matching them up, the side seams and the shoulders. You're then going to take it over to the machine. And find your starting point. So I just need to...
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Okay, so then we're just going to sew all the way around. When sewing around a curve like this on the overlocker, I just move it, move the fabric, follow it around. You can stop if you want and just manoeuvre that jersey. It's quite forgiving because it stretches. You can just really get around those curves. Straighten your curves out as you go through the inner curves.
Go around curves on an overlocker, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Especially with jersey, it just keeps
very
moving
forgiving. Teresa's message says, "Morning, Stuart. What a grey, miserable day in Essex. Was a good sewing day. A good sewing day. So I'm home from work. The coffee is made. My feet are up, and my
Lovely.
crochet is hand. And most importantly, she says, Sewing Street is on the TV. Stick with us. We'll brighten up your day."
That sounds like a lovely day.
It sounds gorgeous.
I still haven't learnt to crochet.
No, well, I was on yesterday with Toft Crochet, and if there's anybody who could motivate me to learn, it's definitely Kerry.
Oh, really?
Lovely. So lovely, yeah. And I love the speed of crochet and the colour changes you can do. It looks fab. I just need to crack on and do it. When I retire. Never.
I think that's it.
That's it.
Now we have got this donut. So we need to find the side seam in the lining. There it is. And we're going to have the big reveal. Hope that it's all gone together properly.
Fingers crossed, eh? So kind of grab an ankle. And
Grab
pull
an
it through.
ankle, yeah. And here we go.
Have you got a romper?
Yeah, we have.
Ooh.
There we go. So you can see that's the, and just check, yeah, they've all been sewn on nicely. You just need to pick out your,
Yep.
takes a little bit of time, but pick all of that out. And the only thing you've got left to do, which I don't know if we've got time, is just to slip stitch the whole
Yeah,
close.
sure. No, we can imagine that. That's fine.
Yeah.
I think that's great. And then you add the
Oh,
cam snaps.
The cam snaps. So you just attach those 1 centimetre, about 1 centimetre from the top.
I think we've got cam snaps, don't we? We'll pop the details up for those. They're really useful. We've got a pack there from Hemline. Hemline Assorted Cam Plastic Snap Starter Kit.
And then they just get, once you've pulled out all your seams, you'll just pop your poppers
You
on.
need the pliers for that, by the way. There they are. Oh, it's fantastic. Looks lovely in that fabric combo.
Does, doesn't it? So then,
Really nice, really nice. So that's your one side. And then you've actually got the other side, because it's fully reversible. These are our musical animals. Oh, I'm ready to party now. I'm so ready to party. Look at that. Oh, I love it. I love it with the mustard because it brings out the colour of the lion, doesn't it?
yeah, and I think these can be so fun because it's reversible. The two fabrics don't have to have anything to do with each other.
No.
You could have dinosaurs on one side and unicorns on the other.
Yeah.
Because once the baby's in it, you can't see what's on the lining.
No.
So it's all about having two outfits in one.
Yeah.
If-
Fab. It's gorgeous. And I would use, actually, if you can get the 1/2 meters, make a little hat to go with. Pattern on its own. Details are on screen. $11.99. It's been super popular. You get your 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12, 18 to 2.
Yeah.
Yes. Something like that. Yes. 5 sizes from 0 to 2. Brilliant. Don't forget, there's lots of fabrics as well, potentially. The bag as well has been very, very popular. The Sarah Sling. Wear it as a crossbody, over your shoulder, or round your waist. You've got a double zippered main inner. You've also got your inner, well, small secret zipper pocket. You've also got clips and D-rings for attaching things to it. It's a super bag, full instructions and pattern pieces for $9.99. That's fab. Thank you, Nicola. That was a
Welcome.
fantastic hour. Really, really cool. Really interesting as well to see how the romper was put together.
That's all right.
Thank you for that.
Thank
your
you.
tips on sewing with jersey. We'll see you in an hour.
Yes.
You've got some absolutely gorgeous Christmassy makes coming up, haven't you?
Yes.
Including gorgeous character aprons and also some gorgeous gifting bags as well. Particularly loving those. And stockings as well.
Yeah.
Already popular, so maybe have a look on the website during the break. Now, after the break, I'm joined by Alison Reid with the most delightful felt kits. Just gorgeous. Look at these. Look at these. Full of character, really cute, not scary at all. She said, "What? What? No." I don't know where that voice came from. It's time I took a break, certainly. I'll see you after this.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck!
Join us here on Sewing Street this Monday when Delphine Brooks is launching a brand new fabric, psychedelic woodland collection. The inspiration for this collection comes from the allurement of the celestial night sky, where all the mystical creatures rise from their camouflage shelters to play wild and free under the safety of the elegant moon. The band of colours bounce off the atmosphere, lighting up the landscape in an explosion of colour and mystical wonder, creating an intriguing playground for all the creatures of the night. With each panel, there is the beauty of the main subject sat against their own magical backdrop landscape, embellished with flowers and plants galore. Don't miss out on Delphine's Psychedelic Woodland Collection this Monday from 10 a.m.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hey, good to have your company. I am here with Alison Reid. Just can we reveal the J is for?
Jane.
Jean?
Jane.
Oh, Jane.
Yeah, Jane.
Oh, there's me saying Jean. Sorry, love.
Don't worry.
Stuart G. Hillard. Yeah, we've
George.
established. Gorgeous, thank you. I've been looking forward to doing a show with you for ages because you've been on with John, you've been on with Bex, you've been on with our Vix as well.
Yeah.
But they've saved me till last.
They have, yeah.
I don't want to spoil it all for you, so I'll do my best. But Alison's from Stitch 50 and oh my goodness, so many beautiful samples that you've brought.
Thank
so you
you.
specialise in creating gorgeous characters, easy to sew, cute characters from felt.
Yeah.
I think the most forgiving, easy to use and
This is.
effective fabric.
Yeah. It doesn't fray, does it? So you've got no overlocking, no finishing off.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You've got all those gorgeous colours to play with as well. Easy for children to work with and adults. It's just lovely. You don't even need a sewing machine.
No. All hand
sewn.
stitch.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. This is the Halloween collection. Oh, I can't wait to get into this. Let's jump straight in. We're going to start off with a collection of cute felt Halloween decorations from Alison Reid. Now, this is pattern only, and this is to talk us through the characters that we get.
Okay, so we've got a skeleton, we've got Count Dracula, we've got a creepy looking ghost, we've got a little witch, we've got a haunted house, and the mummy. He's my favourite, I think.
Oh, absolutely love the mummy. Brilliant stuff. So you get all those different characters or decorations, and you can add things like hanging loops and hanging off a gnarly tree branch. Can we grab the ones actually from? Is that okay?
Which one do you want, Stuart?
Well, all of them that we've got on here. Is that okay?
Right. So we've got. If I reach for Count Dracula.
Oh, brilliant!
First.
Look at the count. Look.
Let me just creep round the front.
Count's absolutely brilliant. I want the instructions just for him. Look at that hairdo. It's absolutely brilliant. I absolutely love him. He's brilliant. Look at that. So cool. So there's the count. 1, 2, 3. It's what I do. I count. I'm doing the voices now. I'm doing my best here. This is the skeleton. I don't know, the voice for him. Oh, Zempic, dear. Best diet I've ever been on. I've lost all the weight. All the weight. I'm finally thin enough. There's your skeleton. Love the fact the skeleton's still got cute rosy cheeks. Then you've got the little... Oh, sorry. Don't do that again. Get out my pub. She's even got a little broomstick. Absolutely brilliant, aren't they? So cool. Here's the mummy. That's great. Look, and the little wrappings are coming off. Like, oh, I'm half dressed. What did you use to wrap the mummy?
It was just cotton tape.
Yeah. Like a little ribbon or a twill tape, something like that. There's that. Then you've got the ghost. I love the mouth. I just love the mouth on this. That girl what? She said what? He did what?
You know, it just reminds me of the Scream.
Oh, yes. Yes. You're being much more highbrow than me. And then we don't get the cat, do we? We get the house, the castle, the haunted house. Have you got the haunted house there?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
got some
There's the haunted house. So you get 6 different characters. So you get the haunted house or the castle, the mummy, the witch, Count, the ghost, and the skeleton. Absolutely fab. Is it really £9.99? That's amazing. That's amazing. You get all your instructions. Now, what sort of level are these characters?
I think they're fairly easy, Stuart, to
Yeah.
be honest with you. Yeah.
So beginner level?
Yeah, definitely.
Because they're all hand sewn.
They are.
aren't
They're all hand sewn, and you know, children. They can be done as a little Halloween projects, sort of
Yeah.
over half term or whatever. You know, just keep them occupied.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think they're brilliant. Absolutely brill. I mean, we've had such a giggle with these, haven't we? They're brilliant, you know, but they are. And also as well, imagine the fun that you'll have making them. And then also, I mean, I know they are sort of decorations, but at the same time, sort of, I love encouraging kids to create like little plays or stories.
Exactly. Yeah. It's funny
Look
you
how
say that.
detailed all the instructions are.
Because I did have somebody message me once to say she'd made a number of items that I'd sort of put together as a project, and she actually put together a storybook for her grandson.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I love that. Oh, my goodness, there's Sarah in Oxfordshire. They're so cute. And I love Stuart's sassy ghost. Yes, it is sassy ghost, isn't it? It's like, no way, I can't believe that. I can't believe that. It's sort of outraged ghost, isn't it? It's the fact that the ghost is wearing boots as well.
I know, no.
Like, you know.
He's a character.
The Dior honey. Love it, love it. Also, you know what? You could also use these as appliques
Yeah.
on other things, couldn't you?
Yeah. So you wouldn't necessarily have to stuff them, just use the top layer and then stitch it down onto
Yeah.
cushion or whatever you've got, you know, you want to apply it to.
Really fun, yeah. I've got to move the skeleton, no, the sassy skeleton over there. Yeah, 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 brilliant. Something that you could add to over a period of time, couldn't you? You could make 1 or 2 for Halloween this year, then make
Build it up.
more.
Yeah.
You really could. And also as well, you could do little tweaks here and there would completely change the characters, wouldn't
yeah.
they? Oh, I think they're absolutely smashing.
Thank
All
you.
hand sewn. Easy beginner level sewing as well, no difficult skills, but incredible instructions from Alison, detailed, and also you're the author of many books, including one brand new one as well,
Yeah,
50 characters. Susie from Worcestershire says, these are such wonderful characters, great as trick-or-treat gifts instead of sweets, add them to bunting for spooky decorations too.
Yeah.
We like that. It's a great idea. Yeah, they're just so much fun. And you are the go-to person for gorgeous felt characters and decorations. As I say, you've written lots of books on creating these characters. So learn from the best, I always say. Absolutely loads of you coming in for the instructions on their own. Now, I do have a bit of a bundle going on, which I'm going to share with you next. We've put together a bundle of felt, which would be a great starting point for creating these characters. I'm going to grab the bundle over. You get loads of felt in this. You get 32 pieces of felt. You've got some pink. You've got different shades of greens as well. You've got some tan, you've got oranges, you've got white, purple, lots of black. It's a bit more orange
Wow, that's a
there.
lot.
Yes, a lot there, isn't there? You've got some red for the count. You've also got loads of this, which is a sort of slightly ghoulish, soft, it's sort of a ghoulish cream.
It is, isn't it?
It's a ghoulish cream. It's frightening. It's frighteningly good value. They got me to do the Halloween advert a couple of years ago. I had so much fun. I really did. I thought I'd get offers, but I didn't. Frighteningly good deals from Sewing Street.
Well, you might get one today. Who
You
knows?
never know. You never know. Ghoulishly good. I don't know. My whole body becomes the voice. It's all very Hammer House of Horror,
It is,
isn't it?
isn't it?
Hammy House. Do you approve of our colour choices?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly do, yeah.
Nobody else is asking.
Well, you know, these are all made up from
Yeah.
these particular felts. So,
Oh,
you know,
fantastic.
every single one of them, so you can see the
Oh,
green
great,
for the
yeah,
witch's
yeah.
face. You know, you've got the white there.
How did you get them glittery?
That's just a little tip, and I put that in the instructions. Do you know what I
dear.
do?
Go on.
Just sprinkle them afterwards, after I've made them, with a little bit of glitter.
No glue?
No, because it just sticks to the felt.
I mean, glitter does get everywhere, so why not put that to your advantage? That's
Exactly,
really
yeah,
clever.
yeah.
So the little sparkly face on it, can you see the witch's sparkly face? Fewer than 20 of this bundle, though. Fewer than 20, look. She's got a new foundation. She's lit from within.
I know.
Isn't she?
She
It's
is.
definitely one of those illuminating.
Yeah, illuminating foundation.
Really? Really? Look at that. I love it. I love it. I can't even count the number of pieces here. There's so many felt squares. I can't count them all. I love it. I love it. You got it. You got it. Good. I am glad. $29.99. You are getting your instructions as well. You are getting your instructions as well. This is very limited, actually. It's very, very limited now. I do have some felts available on their own as well. Vian's got in touch. She says, hey, there's some cracking stuff on the show today. There really is. There really is. I'll show you all the characters as well. In fact, Alison, would you talk us through our characters? Feel free to do voices if you wish.
I'm probably not as good as you. Okay, so we've got, there we go. Let's get them all in.
Yep, perfect.
Right, so we've got our little mummy, and I've made him, and I'll do a little demo later. I've used just cotton tape, and I thought I'd do him that way because it would give him a little bit of texture, and he does look as if he's being wrapped, you know, the way a
for
mummy
sure.
is. Yeah, yeah. And he's got his glitter on there, and I added a little bit of tail on as well. You know, just to sort of, as well, to show he was sort of unravelling, I suppose.
For sure.
Yeah. Now with the witch, what I've done, I've incorporated some of the lovely yarn that you sent me, and it sort of comprises of this sort of caterpillary type yarn, which is really quite nice and fluffy.
Yeah, we've
and
got some of that, actually.
And also this lovely woolen felted yarn as well. So I used that to incorporate a bit of texture for the witch's hair. Little Ghost, I've just used the white felt, so he's kind of probably the most simplest of little characters to make if you were going to start off at the very easiest sort of stage. Then we've got our skeleton, and I had so much fun making this. He was just making me laugh the whole way through. You know, when you take your photographs and for your instructions, and he sort of comes together, and I just was giggling so much making him. But I love this one as well. He's so cute with his little fangs, isn't he?
Really is.
Little fangs there for Dracula. And then we've got
Well,
the
for me,
house.
he reminds me of a sort of, 2-year-old toddler who gets dressed up as Count Dracula for Halloween.
And a bit stroppy.
Yeah, a bit stroppy, trying to be really scary, but it's just making everyone giggle because he looks so cute. I mean, they're just brilliant. And the castle, of course, as well.
And the castle as well. And I think when because what I do, I sort of sit down and I sketch, I draw the designs out and sort of make adaptations to them. And, sometimes they don't always come off as well as I want them to, so I have to go back to the drawing board and redesign them. But the thing I like about when I make these characters, as soon as I put those eyes on, they come alive.
They really
The
do.
eyes, they
They
just
really do.
bring everything out.
Yeah, absolutely. And those eyes, what are they made out
Now
of?
those are brads. Okay, so what you can do, what are these used for is, do you remember when you were in an exam at school and you used to you had more than one piece of paper and you sort of push this.
Like a split pen?
Yeah, exactly, that's what they are. So you just push them through and bend them back. And I think they're about 5 millimetres.
If you have a look actually on our sister channel, Hobby Maker, they sell brads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if you can only get gold ones, a little tip, what I always tell people to do, get a pot of black nail varnish.
Ooh, what a good
and
tip.
just paint them over. Yeah.
Great tip.
Yeah, yeah.
Great tip. I suppose you could always use a little circle of felt, maybe use a
Yeah,
hole punch
yeah.
or something like that, or even a Sharpie pen at a push.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, the other thing you could use as well is maybe do a French knot.
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
just a couple of stitches of, say, a multi-stranded black cotton.
Yes.
Sort of embellish the eye.
They're fabulous. They're super, super cute. The instructions are absolutely flying out. June from East Sussex says, "Oh, I'm a sucker for a vampire." Love it. Good.
Great, love it.
Pardon the pun. Going to get these patterns to make bunting. Love
Yeah,
June.
good idea.
Superb,
Yeah.
isn't it? That's a brilliant idea. Lots and lots of you are keeping these in your baskets. Do check out. Now, we need to show you the second set of instructions because there is a second set of fabulous characters, slightly different as well, and a slightly different sort of setup as well. This is to create a collection of cute Halloween wreaths, but you do actually get 5 more characters included in your instructions, including my absolute favourite, the cat. So look at the skeleton cat. That is superb. You get your cat, you get your, and of course you could just do a cat. You get your pumpkin, you get your spider, you get, yes, definitely Incy Wincy.
Isn't he?
You get your monster as well, and you also get a bat.
Oh, yeah.
You get
Forgot
the
about
bat. And here is the bat. Now, of course, the possibilities for then mixing and matching, if you get both sets of I mean, can I be so bold as to say, I think you really, really need both sets of instructions, because then actually you can put all the other characters into
them.
your reads,
Yeah,
can't you?
yeah, yeah.
And of course, the witch plus the cat
Yeah.
are perfect bedfellows. Can you imagine making these, add a loop, and then actually adding them to your handbag during the Halloween season as a bag charm?
Good idea.
Yeah. Susan from Cornwall's got in touch to say, "Alison and Stuart, such a laugh this morning. Love these little figures. We'll put brooch backs on them for the grandkids." What about you, Susan?
Yeah. Make your own for yourself as well. Matching.
Loads and loads of you coming in for these. Loads of you coming in. We've got both instructions on screen if you wanted to mix and match them. I think they're brilliant and they go together so well. And of course, combined, you've got 11 different characters. But then the possibilities for combining them into little scenes and scenarios. I'm going to do a little bit of that. Help me out as well, won't you? I think the witch needs to be with her cat.
Definitely.
And also with a pumpkin.
Yeah.
They make a rather fun grouping.
Yep.
Of course, can you imagine pinning these onto a hat together?
Oh,
Do you know what I mean? As a bit of an
Little
embellishment.
berry. Yeah, yeah.
I think kind of the monsters need to go together. Maybe skeleton too, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Like they're both a bit outraged, aren't they? They're like, I think the monster is sharing the tea, basically, a bit of gossip, and these two cannot believe
What they're being told? Yeah, they're shocked.
Exactly, absolutely. Yeah, I think the ghost might need to go in there as well. I do window displays.
Oh, do you?
At home.
Ah.
I do little window displays. These need to go together too. There's
Yeah,
the
they're
Count's
definitely a trio.
castle.
And his bat.
Gorgeous. They're absolutely brilliant. I think if you like to keep maybe things a little more minimal, you see, you could just have, it could be a black woolly hat that you just pin these to, or your lapel or something like that. You know, they'd be so much fun with a little brooch pin,
They
wouldn't
would.
they? What about doing a mobile or bunting with the bats?
Yeah, you
On,
could
like,
make
fishing
loads
wire.
of them. Yeah.
Dracula in the middle of them. They're really fun, aren't they? Where'd you get all your inspiration from?
I don't know. I just sort of research. I do a lot of research. When I'm sort of like putting my books together, I do a heck of a lot of research. That takes an enormous amount of time because I know when I'm making anything like this, I wouldn't be happy if it's not spot on. And that's why sometimes I just have to go back to the drawing board and redo it, because if I'm not happy with it, it's not worth it.
It's not going in the pattern.
No.
And these designs, are these all new, or are these in any of your books?
These are completely new, exclusive to
They're
Sewing
all
Street.
exclusive.
Yeah.
Fantastic. They are absolutely brilliant. Now, I'm just going to regroup them
Yeah.
into the set that you get with the wreath. There is a small queue on the phone lines. Apologies for that, but our team are getting to you as quickly as they can. It's a free phone number. Everyone's loving the Halloween cat. Really, really loving that. I'm going to pop these here so you can see them. You get these 5. Now, in the pattern, you're getting the characters, but you're also getting instructions for how to make wreaths, aren't you?
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Okay, so what I decided to do for the wreath, I'll just sort of place that.
I'll move these out of the way.
Okay.
actually.
So with the wreath,
Oh, it's fantastic.
tied on a lot of ribbons in sort of Halloween-y colours. So we've got a lot of orange and black, but I also really like the yarn as well, and I thought, oh, I could make some pom-poms. And with some of them, what I did, I sort of mixed them up. So I've actually got a combination of the two together. So using 2 sort of like strands of, say, the woolen yarn, as well as the sort of caterpillar-y one, bound those around the, the pom-pom maker, and then cut them. So what I did also, I sort of left some of the strands as well, just sort of floating down, just to give it a little bit more texture. And then what you were saying earlier, Stuart, about the the sort of the character that's on the inside, you could take that off and maybe, I don't know, from the previous patterns, you could add in the skeleton.
Yeah.
Or whatever you chose to, the mummy.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's such a clever idea. You can really mix them out. That looks great.
That's cute because I like
we
the
had
green.
A pumpkin as well.
Oh, yeah.
We could have the 2 in there together, couldn't we?
How cute's that?
Yeah, they're absolutely excellent. I can't believe you're getting all of this for $9.99. You're getting all those different characters, the spider, the skeleton cat, the pumpkin, the bat, and the monster, plus all your instructions how to put them together into a wreath for $9.99. Now, again, the instructions are flying out if you want to get hold of yours. And you can use these in all sorts of ways. Hanging characters, little brooch pins.
Bunting.
Bunting would be fab.
Yeah.
Bunting would be
That
fab.
would be great, yeah.
Now, I have got a bundle. I've got a bundle, and let me show you what that bundle consists of. So this is for the wreath. So what you're getting here is you're getting your instructions. You're also getting 3 ready wrapped wreaths.
That's really good.
Isn't that fantastic? So you get those. So you could be doing 1 for Halloween, but you might save the other 2 back to do some kind of Christmas version maybe. Then you're also getting a bundle of felt. So you get that ghoulish, ghastly skin colour. You get your pink. You get your orange. You're also getting your black. You're also getting your green. And you're also getting some red as well. So you've got a gorgeous selection, 13 pieces of felt. You're also getting those 3 wreaths, and you're getting your instructions as well for £27.99. So again, loads there to get you started on your wreath making. It's really cool. It's great, that,
It's a
isn't
lot
it?
of felt, that.
Yeah, there is a lot of felt there. And you were saying earlier on, it's such an easy fabric to work with.
Yeah, because you can cut it and it doesn't fray, you know, there's no finishing off. You can just put 2 raw edges together, sew it, and there's no sort of bits of cotton coming off anywhere. I've just always used felt all of my sort of like sewing life, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's been my most favourite choice of fabric.
Yeah, it is fantastic. And also as well, of course, simple sewing skills required to make these. What stitches do you use in your characters?
Right, okay, so the stitches I use are, in these 2 patterns, I've just used 2 particular stitches, and that is blanket stitch and back stitch.
That's it?
Yeah, all it
And are
is.
both of them explained?
They are, yeah, and I
Perfect.
can do a little demo as well.
Those 3. Absolutely fantastic, really cool. Excuse me. It's so busy that before we go to a demo, we're going to do a little bit of recapping just to let you know what's available. So we're going to start with pattern number 1, okay? This is for our first 6 characters. So with this pattern, £9.99, you get full instructions to make the mummy, the haunted castle, the skeleton, the count, the witch. There's over 40 of these sitting in baskets. If you want to get these characters, we've also got the ghost somewhere.
Yeah, where's he disappeared?
The ghost, here he is, here's the ghost. You also get the ghost. Yeah, all of those 6 characters, all explained, full patterns, full size patterns for just £9.99. Now, we've also got a bundle. I'll show you that as well. So you're getting your pattern, but you're also getting all of this felt, that sickly, ghastly green. Your pinks, your different greens, your oranges, purple, black, white. There's a gold in there. There's a red too. Now, Alison, I'm just going to have to ask you to step to one side for a minute because we're having problems with your microphone. You go off with our Levi and he's going to get your mic sorted. I think they just need to mute me. You're getting all of that in your basket, but we're very limited stocks on that felt bundle with the pattern. Instructions is the best way to get involved here. We're severely limited on the bundle. So those are the first 2 options that I've got. Now, moving on, I've got the second set of characters. So this is your cat. You also get the pumpkin, the monster, the spider, and the bat. Now, of course, if you're using your own felt squares here, you could make cats in all colours, you could make a load of pumpkins, you could do a gorgeous bat mobile. Kate from Merseyside says, brilliant characters from Alison.
Hi, Kate.
Love the stripy cat tail and the cute faces.
I'm from Merseyside too.
Oh, you are?
I am, yeah. Hi, Kate.
There you go. Oh, they're super cute. They really are. Over 50 of you with the instructions in your basket. Now, you get all your characters, but you also get how to make them into a wreath as well. So you could make a wreath with these. You could do bunting, mobiles, you name it. Sorry, Alison, we're still having problems with your mic. I'm so sorry. I don't know what it is. Perhaps it's your gorgeous kimono. Is it? I don't know. I'm sure it isn't. I mean, we'll get Alison back on, don't you worry, don't you worry. Now, I've also got a bundle, so that includes your pattern to make those 5 new characters. Remember, you can't get this pattern anywhere else. They're exclusive for us here. And then you also get 3 jute-covered wreaths. We'll try again. How's that sounding?
Third time lucky.
Third time lucky, I hope. You're also getting all of these pieces of felt. All of these pieces of felt as well included. 13 pieces of felt.
That's great.
Plus also you've got your 19 centimetre piece by 3 pieces as well of that ghoulish cream.
It will be known, you know, only as ghoulish cream green now. Yeah.
Forevermore, forevermore. But I honestly think all 11 characters should work together. They do work beautifully
They do work
together.
yeah. They definitely do. Yeah.
Now, I've also got a woolly bundle. This is very limited, but this is perfect for doing things like the hair, the broom, the bobbles.
Yeah, and the broom as well.
So you've got a ball of king cole truffle in this sort of charcoaly grey. You're also getting a ball of rowan felted tweed in this deep charcoal colour. You're also getting your black yarn, which you've used for the spider legs. You get
Do you know what I liked about that as well, Stuart?
Yeah.
You know when you cut it, because it's sort of wrapped, this at the end all just splays out. So it, again, I just keep mentioning this word texture.
Yeah.
It just gave a little bit of extra texture
It's
to
really
his
cool,
legs.
that, isn't
yeah,
it?
Yeah.
You're also getting some cotton tape, which you
Mummy.
could cut down the middle and use to wrap your mummy. You get a skein of black embroidery floss as well. And you also get a pack of red beads. Whereabouts have you used those?
Okay, so the little witch has got a little bit of a necklace going on.
Oh, yeah.
Spider's got a bit of decoration there for his hat. Oh, and Count Dracula, can't leave him out.
No.
He's got his little buttons on his waistcoat.
Oh, and his waistcoat,
Yeah.
yes. I think I might also be inclined to do the horns on the
Yeah.
monster, beaded. It's fab, isn't it? So you get all of those different sort of texture-adding accoutrement. Your skein of floss, your cord, your twill tape, your truffle and your rowan felted tweed, and also your beads for $16.99. It's a great little bundle, that. That's going to sell out. Be quick on that. Right. Okay. Can we do a bit of demo, please, Alison?
We certainly can, Stuart.
What can you show us?
Right, okay.
Thank you for being so patient with us with your mic as well, by the way.
Fine. Don't worry about it. These things happen, don't they? So no worries there. Okay. Right, could I just steal one of those patterns?
Yeah, definitely. The green or the...
Let's do the green one.
Let's
yeah.
do the green. Right.
Okay.
Instructions are on screen.
Right. Okay, so just turn this over. It's lovely cards, sort of cardy type, isn't it? Wait
Yeah, they're
there.
great
Yeah,
quality.
Lovely.
Great quality.
Right, so if you are sort of like one of these people who have bought a few of my books in the past, you'll know how I work. I always work in exactly the same format. So if you're well versed with my books, you'll know how these patterns actually work. So just very quickly, what I'll do is I will just explain how to take the templates off the instruction card sheet there, because you don't want to cut this up, because if you were to say cut these pieces out, you're going to disturb what you've got on the other side. So you need to transfer them. If you're lucky enough at home to maybe have a photocopier machine, you can just, you know, slide it on there and sort of print them out onto a 100 GSM weight card, and Bob's your uncle. You've then got, you know, your templates ready to cut out. But if you don't have that facility, I'm just using a HB pencil, just a normal one. I've got a piece of tracing paper. And what I'm going to do, in the old school-fashioned way, I'm just going to draw around, and I think this is the mummy's face, yeah. And I'm holding everything nice and firmly so it doesn't move. Now, the thing is with felt as well, it's got no right or wrong side. So when you're cutting it out, it doesn't matter, because, you know, you sort of, you can use whichever side, you know, you want to use.
Sure.
So I've got now, just move that to one side so you can see that, the lead is on the tracing paper. Now I've got 100 GSM weight
Card.
piece of card.
Yeah.
And all I'm going to do is turn that over so the lead is on the underneath side, and again holding everything nice and firmly down, I'm going to press firmly. So what I'm doing, the lead is now being transferred to the piece of card, and you can be quite sort of messy with this because it doesn't really matter. Okay, so just very quickly do that for you. So when you lift that away,
oh, perfect.
You've got your template. Now, if you've got any little bits missing, you can just fill those in. I mean, that's actually transferred really well.
Really well.
Now, what I always do as well when I'm cutting this out is sometimes you end up with like a lot of little sort of templates, little bits of card all hanging about, and they can easily get mixed up with one another. So what I always do is write on there, so I'll write on there, mummy, face, cut ×2, cream. And that's actually all on the instructions to tell you, to inform you how many to cut out and in what colour. So what you can do is kind of keep those, and what I do, I've got like a big storage drawer, put them into an envelope right on the front, mummy, and it gets catalogued away. So I've got my mummy pattern there. And that's just, you know, say Stuart was saying earlier, weren't you, about sort of maybe doing some this year and maybe some next year.
Yes.
So you can just go back to it again if you don't, you know, haven't got the time to sort of like make all of them. So that's your templates. And it's obviously got everything sort of like written on them, so you know what you're cutting out. So the next stage would literally be to transfer, and this is Count Dracula I'm sort of illustrating here, and I've already pre-done it, so I'm not sort of wasting loads of time sort of doing it all. But you can see, if you can just maybe zoom in, I don't know whether you can see that. I can see it on the screen there. But
we can see that.
Yeah. You can see that that's his body shape. There. And you've got his hair in black. So what I'm doing is I'm just basically matching up the felt to the colour, and I will cut out the necessary quantity for each character that you're going to make up. So I've just used, you know, a silver marking pencil there, which works really well, as long as I find you need to just keep it sharp. And when you're drawing around it, just make sure that you hold the felt firmly so that it doesn't sort of drag and sort of distort.
Fair enough, yeah.
Okay, so that's all your bits and bobs. So then moving swiftly on again.
So a nice sharp pair of scissors to cut everything
Yeah,
out.
and I always keep my scissors sort of like separate from each other, because when I've been on here before, I've always sort of explained about my scissors. These, I've got probably 50 pairs of these all stashed away over the years. I've just sort of gathered them together. But a little tip, when I get a new pair, I always write new on them, because they get mixed up, and you have some for paper, old ones for paper. You've got your new ones. You don't want to use your new ones on your paper because they're just going to end up blunt. So these are great. You just like nice sharp little...
Don't your really old ones still have new on them?
No, because what I do is I get a nail varnish remover and take that off and write old on them.
Older.
Old, yeah,
older.
yeah, older. Okay, I'm being nice there, yeah. Okay, so if we just come back to the instructions and I go to this page here, this is the design guide. And this kind of looks at each of the characters and breaks them down and shows you in an illustrative fashion all of the different stitches that I've used. So you've got a little stuffing symbol there, and you can see it's like a little cloud, and it sort of tells you where the best place is to stuff that little character. So you've got back stitch and you've got blanket stitch all illustrated on there nice and clearly. So if I just move back now to Count Dracula's face, you probably won't see this because it's black on black, but I've used black sewing thread and I've just literally stitched around the inside of the face bit there using black, just normal black standard you know, sewing thread. Now, I think have you got those glittery threads here?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Now these, I just love using these. I've used these like sort of like ages and ages, and just great. And
They're all right for hand stitching.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the only thing you have to be really careful of is when you're actually threading the needle, because it's kind of stranded, it all starts to split. So you've just got to make sure you get it all sort of like tight at the end and push it through. And once you've done that, it does work really well.
Oh, fab.
So what I've done with his little rosy cheeks, I've just used that glittery yarn there, and I've used the glittery yarn actually on all of the characters here today, just to give them that extra little bit of sparkle, as well as the sparkle from the glitter that I've just sort of thrown on at the end once that they've been made. So for instance, his eyebrows will be used with backstitch. I've used the brads there, and you can see if I turn that over, they're those split pins that just basically go like that, and then you press them down. But we've already said you don't have to use them. You can use a French knot or any other
Tiny
kind
buttons,
yeah,
even.
yeah, you can get those
little doll buttons,
tiny
can't you?
weeny ones. Yeah, so there's loads of possibilities out there. And again, I've used backstitch for his nose and for his mouth. I've not stuck his teeth on there, but anyway, where is he?
There he is.
So there he is with his teeth on. Now, what you can see there is I've just done everything that's on the inside, because what you're going to do is you're going to sew a back bit to that, to his face, and that's going to use the blanket stitch, and obviously he's going to be stuffed. But as you were saying earlier, Stuart, if you wanted to, say, decorate, you know, a cushion, use it in a plique way, you could actually just keep it flat and then just stitch it down.
Well, I was actually thinking you could even use these designs as embroideries.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
could embroider the whole thing.
yeah.
That would be fun. I always look for even more value in a pattern. It's fab.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
wonderful. They're wonderful patterns.
Okay, so I'll just explain his arms here now. And I've done one that I've made, and I'll show you the stitches in a minute. But basically, there's one that's been made up, and this is it, pre-being made up. So you've got a back and a front. And I've used just some high-tack glue, just to sort of like secure these tiny little pieces, you know, to each other, because they are sort of, you know, tiny, and you do need them to sort of stay in place. So you've got a back and a front, and then what I've done, I've just married that up, and I just do a little blanket stitch, which I'll explain in a minute, around the edge. So you do that times 2 for 2 arms. And again, likewise for his collar. So you'd have 2 bits, don't know where the other bit of his collar is, probably fallen on the floor or something, but you'd have 2 of them, put those together, marry them up, and then blanket stitch around. And by doing that, what you're doing is just making it a little bit firmer, you know, rather than just like one layer.
Yeah. A few messages for you.
Yeah.
Christine says, morning, gorgeous people. Happy Friday, and hope that your weekend is spooktacular. Vicky's also got in touch saying, good morning, Stuart and Alison. I've just bought the pattern to use with children. Now, if they didn't want to sew, what glue would you recommend? Thank you.
Okay, have you got glue there, Stuart?
I've got HT2.
Yeah,
HT2.
yeah, you could use that. That would be
that
great.
work?
Yeah, that would work. Yeah, yeah.
That is solvent-based. Just be aware of that. If you're using that with children, that is a solvent-based glue.
Yeah, but any sort of fabric glue would work, you know. Yeah, so no stitching. You don't have to stitch if you didn't want to. You could just glue the things down into place. So here is the whole of him now. His body, his top layer, with his little waistcoat and his little collars and everything. And I put his face on there. I've got a back piece. I'd marry the back up to the front, so they all get sandwiched in. And because you've got a sandwich, what you do is tuck his collars in and his arms. Make sure they're tucked nicely inside. So what you'd be doing is you'd be doing blanket stitch all around there, because it's 2 sort of like nicely cut pieces of fabric with a nice edge. But obviously you can't do blanket stitch when you're encasing something, so that is where you would use the back stitch. Okay, and when you refer to the design guide, there'll be a gap. Leave open for stuffing. Stuff him. Don't overstuff him, because otherwise he might become distorted. And you've got stuffing, haven't you, as well?
I believe we do. Yes, we do.
Because this stuffing's great. I love this stuffing.
Is it this one here?
Yeah, yeah. It's really good stuff.
This one here?
Yeah.
Compostable. This is the compostable one.
I think it's made from plastic bottles, isn't it? I think I read on it. And it's made in Yorkshire as well.
Yeah, made in Yorkshire. Yes, not sure. Phoenix Fibres. This one wasn't the plastic bottle. This is the compostable
Oh,
one.
right, okay.
This is £5.99. That's the Yorkshire compostable.
And that lasts for ages.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah,
Good stuff.
yeah.
And then, do you want to run the other one while we're at it? Yep, so the other one was plastic bottles.
Uh-huh.
There we go. This is our recycled polyester. Same price, £5.99 for 200 grams. This is going to be enough for hundreds.
I know.
thousands.
It is, yeah, all projects.
Your next couple of books.
Yeah. Okay, so you'd stuff him, and then once you'd stuffed him, you're going to just finish off the blanket stitch so everything's all encased and the stuffing isn't going to come out. Now, what I'll do is I'll just do a very quick demonstration of how to do a blanket stitch and how to do
Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
back stitch. So let's start with the back stitch first. So for demonstration purposes, and on this, what colour is this?
Ghoulish green.
Ghoulish green, yeah. I've got some multi-stranded cotton here.
Oh,
and
I've
I'm
just thought of a
using
new
black.
name for
All
it.
right.
Because it's like a ghoulish cream. I'm going to call it Scream. Do you like it?
You're too funny.
Scream. don't encourage me, Alison, please.
Okay, so I've got my multi-stranded cotton. I'm using this just so that you can see what I'm doing, and I've got a knot in the end of it. So I'm coming up through, oh, this is a bit tough. 2 layers, and I'm going to go down at a distance. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back up at the same sort of length as that stitch that I've just created. So that comes up, not pulling it too tightly because you don't want to pull the felt. Take it back down to where the last stitch ended, and you're going to carry on in that format. Okay, so bringing it up at the same distance as the stitch that you previously created, and then take the needle down to the last stitch. Okay,
So it's sort of one step forward, one
step back. Yeah, it's a bit of a dance, that, isn't it?
is.
Dance routine. Now, what I quite like about back stitches, it's kind of like creates a solid line. So if, say, you wanted to do an outline such as the mouth or the nose, it's the ideal sort of stitch to use. Okay.
Would you use one thread for something like that?
Well, when I use, because with these I've used, you know, just your normal standard 120 sewing thread.
Right.
I always use it double, just to give it an extra thickness, more definition. But this is obviously just for demo. Okay, so I'm just very quickly now, I'm going to show you the blanket stitch, and I don't know how many of these stitches I've done in my life. It must be a lot. And it's funny because when I've been on here before, it's sort of, I sit there all day in my workroom sewing these blanket stitches, and I don't give it a second thought. But when I come to do this, it's like, oh, what am I doing? It's like your brain just sort of like, yeah, you forget. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I've got 2 layers there, so it's edge to edge. So imagine you're sewing your little character up now, ready to stuff. I'm going to bring my needle in. This felt is kind of quite firm in some parts.
It's very thick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice though. It's nice and soft. So I'm bringing it in away from the edge at a distance. And then what I'm going to do, for the first stitch, I just always bring it back up, leave my needle in, wrap it round, and then bring that back, pull it to the side. So let's just do that again. My needle comes up, leaving a bit of a distance there, okay? I get my end of yarn, wrap it round, pull it to the side. So what you're doing is you're sort of making a, blimey, you're making a stitch that sort of like closes off. It's almost like a hand-created overlock stitch, isn't it, I suppose? And you're just pulling it to the side, okay? So one more time, wrap it round, and pull it to the side. So then just pull that away. You can see what's,
look at
what's
that,
happened.
yes.
Yeah.
It's like you're stitching up Frankenstein's monster.
It is actually. I should have
isn't
done
it?
Frankenstein as well.
Or next time.
shouldn't I?
But there's next year we could add to our characters
Yeah, we
each
could.
year.
Yeah, we could.
Couldn't we?
We could. Yeah. Now I'll just demo the witch's face here as
lovely.
well. Just show you what I've done there.
See, she looks like a lovely witch.
I know she's nice and kindly
She's
looking, isn't she?
kind.
Yeah. She's
Well,
not going to
have
do
you ever
harm.
have you seen Wicked?
No, I
Musical?
haven't. No.
You see, it's the backstory of the Wizard of Oz, of course, and the much maligned and misunderstood Wicked Witch. See?
Right. Okay.
I'm not going to give too much of the plot away, but she's judged on her appearance. Perhaps she's not as wicked as people
As
thought.
people think, yeah, yeah. Oh, well, there she is. She's not as wicked, is she, when you look at her there? So what I did for the witch's hair, I've got the two yarns that Stuart just showed earlier. So you've got your caterpillary type one,
Yeah, I love
and you've got
those.
your felted wool as well, which is a lovely, lovely quality. And all I've done with this is just kind of like, I won't knot it because I don't need. And you can give her a trim afterwards. So with your glue, just glue sort of like a bit round the side, the top to do a fringe.
Yeah.
Let's get her back. There we go. Bit round the top, down the side.
Yeah.
So it's sticking out. So imagine you'd have all these strands. You get a hat because you're doing the top layer first, the top hat part. Put a bit of glue on the underneath and stick that down, okay? And then you can literally do your back stitch. And then once you've got it all in shape, give her a hair trim, okay? The broom is illustrated in the instructions as how to make that. And this stick is just a cocktail stick.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, so easy peasy. And then just very, very quickly before we finish, the mummy, I use the heat bonds, right? You know, the stuff that you iron on. Cut
So
my
something like Bondaweb would
yeah,
do the job.
yeah. Cut a little piece out of that, cut my strips, ironed it all on so it's all now nicely in shape. And what I can do, because that's still got the paper on
Did
it.
you add a bit of colour to that as well? Or was it just a bit stained?
It was just a bit aged, yeah. But you know what, I quite liked it because I thought, oh, it kind of like gives it more character,
I was
doesn't
just
it?
thinking you could use like a damp tea bag.
Yeah, you could, yeah.
Just
yeah.
to give it a little
Yeah.
bit of, just so it was kind of filthy
Yeah,
wrappings.
yeah.
Yours was just dirty.
I know. It was old, it was old.
Well, I mean, we'll all get there. I'm old and a little bit stained.
So you've got your back there, that's got the paper on, so that makes that nice and easy to get your template. Put your template down, draw around it with your HB pencil, cut it out, peel the backing off, okay? So you don't want that in your character. You peel that off, get your back part to the mummy and sew the front to the back. But what I also did, and this is up to you whether you want to do that, I also stitched along each of the edges as well.
Oh, okay.
So if I can sort of just bring him in, whether you can see that on the
yeah.
screen. Yeah. But
Did you do that
choice
by
is yours.
hand or machine?
All hand done.
All by hand?
Yeah, all by hand.
It's
Yeah.
lovely. It's really cute. They're brilliant. Each one of them is so characterful, so much fun. Now remember, if you want all of the characters, you need to buy both sets of instructions. So over here are the instructions for the count, for the ghost, the skeleton, the castle, the witch, and the ghoul.
Yeah.
Yes, there they are. There they are. Count, skeleton, castle, witch,
Haunted house.
ghoul, and mummy. I'll grab those characters. Here we go. Here they all are. There's the castle and the skeleton. Lots of fun characters there, all 6. Please check out your baskets. There's a lot lingering in baskets. They're not yours till you check out, remember. Don't want you to miss out. So there's the first 6 characters, £9.99, and full instructions, all your sort of embroidery lines, your facial features, all those little individual elements, and super fun to make, really fun to make. And then our second set of instructions feature the cat, the spider, the bat, the pumpkin, and the monster. 5 more, all brand new characters. You won't find these anywhere else, but also how to make them up into a wreath, which is such a fun idea. You can mix and match, add brooch pins to the back and wear them. You could make mobiles, you could add them to bunting. They'd also be really fun actually stitched to like a napkin ring.
Good
so imagine
idea.
Your napkin ring, and then there's on your napkin as a little table place marker.
Good idea.
Yeah, they're gorgeous. Or do flat appliques as well. £9.99. Now there are lots of felt pieces available. We'll play them through during the break if you want to supplement your felt stash. Yeah, absolutely superb.
Thank you,
Really
Stuart.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Sorry about the problems with your mic earlier
Oh,
on.
it's fine, no
but apart from that,
problems.
has it been okay?
It's been great, yeah. I love it here.
Oh, brilliant. Well, we love you here too. Please check out your baskets on all of your patterns and all of your felt as well, and those great embellishments. Do you know when you're back?
I'd like to come back for Christmas, I think.
For sure, definitely. I think you should.
I did Christmas in July, but yeah, I'd like to come back for Christmas.
We'll do some more Christmas.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, until then, take care.
And you.
And good luck with your brand new book as
Yeah,
well. Have a look
thank you.
online. Alison's just released a brand new book in your series of 50.
Of Stitch 50, yeah.
Stitch 50 makes. Brilliant. All right. I will see you after the break. Nikola Pottinger is all set to sew with some gorgeous Christmas projects. We'll see you after this.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates, and good luck. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Join us here on Sewing Street this Monday when Delphine Brooks is launching a brand new fabric, psychedelic woodland collection. The inspiration for this collection comes from the allurement of the celestial night sky, where all the mystical creatures rise from their camouflage shelters to play wild and free under the safety of the elegant moon. The band of colours bounce off the atmosphere, lighting up the landscape in an explosion of colour and mystical wonder, creating an intriguing playground for all the creatures of the night. With each panel, there is the beauty of the main subject sat against their own magical backdrop landscape, embellished with flowers and plants galore. Don't miss out on Delphine's psychedelic woodland collection this Monday from 10 a.m.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Oh, we've gone all Christmassy for this hour. Nikola Pottinger's back with All Set to Sew. Hey, welcome back.
Thanks.
We've gone Christmassy.
Yeah.
It's a great time to start making those Christmas makes. We've got some absolute corkers. We're going to start with some stockings. They're already very popular. We're going to start off with the camper van. This is a kit. Here it is. It's such a gorgeous fabric, isn't it? Your Christmassy. Well, what I think when I look at this, even though there's no Christmas motifs, I saw snowflakes rather than the VW.
That's exactly what I saw.
Did you?
Yeah.
And the caravans, the camper vans rather, again, kind of Christmassy colours. It's just great, isn't it? So in your kit, you get your camper van fabric. You get your red for your cuff. You also, you get some red for your cuff. You get some red for your lining. You get some white felt to do your applique. You get ribbon to make your hanging loop. You even get the pom-pom trim to add your pom-pom embellishment. And you get your pattern included, and that has a full alphabet, A to Z.
Yes, so you can draw.
I'll open up each of the fabrics so you can see. That's brilliant for $19.99. It's, you know, when you make a personalised stocking, every single year it comes out then, doesn't it? And you're not ready for Christmas until that stocking is out.
Exactly.
Look at this wonderful fabric. It's brilliant. You're getting half a metre here, aren't you? Which is ample to make the stocking. I mean, look, I'm just going to fold this in half for a second because I'm not saying you could get 2, but if I fold that in half and then I put the stocking on, different stock. Actually, if you were really careful, you could actually get 2 out of the main fabric. I say. Fair few of these went on pre-order. This is the Christmas camper vans. A personalised Christmas stocking. You get the letters A through Z. You get your felt. You get your lining, the cuff fabric, the pom-pom, even a piece of ribbon to create your hanging loop. And you know what I would do? You could use a decorative stitch on your sewing machine just to sew down the ribbon as well. Even if you've got one like the MV1100 that you can program with a name, you could even embroider the name running down the tape.
Cute.
It'd be fun, wouldn't it? Yeah. Absolutely brill value for under £20, including your pattern. Under £20. Absolutely superb. Now, lots of these went on pre-order, so if you want the camper vans, I would grab it now. All right? Okay, so that's the camper vans. Second option we've got are sausages. The sausage dog. Here's the sausage dog. Oh look, and they've all got little Christmas coats. That's so cute. I love that. So same kind of idea as before. You get all of the fabrics that you're going to need. So you get your 1/2 metre of sausage dog fabric, you get your lining, you get your cuff fabric, you get your felt, pom-pom trim, ribbon, and your pattern to make one personalised Christmas stocking. But as I've shown you, if you're really careful with the placement of your fabric, you might just squeeze 2 of the outer. You'd have to add some extra fabric for your, your cuff and your lining and things like that. But that main star, that gorgeous fabric there, this would make a great stocking to make for the dog.
Yes.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That would be fun. So that's that, again, under £20. And then I have a third option on the stocking. Oh, this is lovely, really classic looking, isn't it, this one? You've got those Christmas decorations, you've got baubles, you've got gifts there as well. Here's this kit. You get 1/2 metre of the fabric. And again, I'm going to open this out just so you can see how much fabric you get. There's absolutely loads. Look at that. About half of that will do the outer of one stocking. So fantastic value. Plus your cuff, your lining, your pom-poms, your felt, your ribbon, and that reusable pattern. And you can personalise that with any letter of the alphabet. They're all included in your pattern. It's super, absolutely super value. So there's our first set of kits for the personalised Christmas stocking. Now, if you'd like instructions on their own, we've got that, he says. There we go. All the instructions on their own. And what's lovely actually as well, your alphabet's a really nice size too. Oh, that's really handy. Everything's reversed, ready for fusible applique. That's really useful. And actually, the scale of the letters is such that if the name isn't really long, you could actually put the whole name on.
You could, yeah.
Couldn't you? That's smashing. Love that. Now, we've also got a pattern and fabrics to make a set of 3 present wraps or present bags. This is phenomenal value. Let me see. I've only got one of the gift bag. Oh no, wait a minute, there's one there. There's one there. Right, so just, what is the kids one?
It's the one that you've got in
This
your
one
hands.
here?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Right, I'll show you the bags first of all, because I think that kind of sets the scene. You get 3 different patterns. So in your pattern, you've got the Japanese knot bag, okay, and the fabric. I mean, not this fabric, I'll show you the fabrics you get. But you get 3 different fabrics. So you get your Japanese knot bag, you get what I would call a sort of mini lunch bag, okay, with that little roll down top. The value in this is incredible. Look, you've got your little bag, it folds in, and then you've got your little button loop. Okay. And then your third bag is this knotted bag. This is amazing value. I can't believe the value here. Look, it's almost like a pair of tights. But you literally pop the present in. Now, Nicola, I'm useless at wrapping presents.
Oh, I am.
Really bad at wrapping presents. So anything that makes the job easier for me, I can sew, fortunately. So this is perfect for me and so giftable as well. Here's your pattern. You've got all 3, a trio of Christmas gift bags. That, absolutely amazing. And then look, here are your 3, these are your 3 lots of fabrics. It's called Kids Selection, but personally, I think this is kind of very classic Christmas. You've got the holly, the little Rudolph, the stockings, the candy canes, all on a fabric. In grey and red and that lovely sort of cream background. Then your second fabric, how much of each fabric do I get?
Half a metre.
Really, half a metre? But I'm going to be able to make at least 2 of those
Yep,
out
you
of half a
can.
metre. 3 of them? Probably.
Yeah, probably can.
I think, yeah. Gosh, the value is incredible. Half a metre of that, half a metre of that, half a metre of that. Oh, that's gorgeous. That is lovely. Look, so 1.5 metres, half a metre of each fabric. Now look, that's half a metre. That's 1 of 3 fabrics. Right, look. You can't tell me you need 1 of those to make 1 of those. You've got to be able to make at least 3. Something like that, at least 2 or 3, I reckon. And at least 2 of these out of each half metre. So your value for £24.99 is exceptional. It's exceptional. But also, hello, how many times do we want to make a Japanese knot bag? You could make those in an evening fabric, go to a Christmas party with that. This little lunch bag for the kids to take to school, or you're going on a walk and you want to take a little snack with you. I mean, it's wonderful. We do have the pattern on its own, but to be honest, for £24.99, to get a half metre of each of these 3 fabrics is such good value. I'd be going for one of these bundles. Absolutely fab. Are they lined with more of the same fabric?
Yeah, so
I
you
suppose
can-
that's where you're going to use more of the fabric, isn't it?
Yeah, and if you've got calico, I mean, it's perfect for lining these sorts of bags because it's really good value calico and
Yeah.
it lines it nicely. So you can either line it with the same fabric or you can get more out of your fabric by lining it with a cheaper version.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Or we do like cotton solids bundles sometimes in Christmas colours.
Yeah.
Or just go onto the website and pick your favourite colours, maybe a mustard, a silver grey, and something like a tan or a natural seeded cotton, half a metre of each of those. And I reckon you could probably, out of this kit, I reckon you could make at least 6 or 8 gift bags if you add your own linings. What brilliant, brilliant value. Oh, thank you so much for that. Because as well, I think if you're gifting the bag with the present, you don't want the gift wrapping to cost more than the present, do you? Do you know what I mean? But this is very, very good value. So that's our first option. Our second option, can we do this kind of classic Christmas with the poinsettias? And this is what this sample was made out of. I just think that's a lovely fabric. So you get your pattern as before. You also get half a metre of your poinsettias. And this is nice wide fabric too, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
You get half a metre of your red, grey and gold presents and baubles. happy holidays. And then you also get, this is a lovely one, look, this red and tan, almost like a checkerboard fabric with all those Christmas motifs. 1/2 metre of each of those 3 fabrics, plus your pattern, which again, this isn't just for Christmas. Yes, you could use them as gift bags at any time of year, but also I think they could all be made as a bag, you know? Something like this little wrap gift here. This would be perfect. You know those awkward presents?
Yeah.
Like no one wants to wrap, you know, a bag of golf balls. Do you know what I mean? Or like a weirdly shaped bottle of perfume, say.
They're also good for like teacher gifts. If you've got a child at primary school and you're expected to give the teacher a little something, it's quite nice to give them, even if it's just a few chocolates, if it's in a little bag, it just makes it more giftable.
Absolutely, absolutely. Or if you bake something as your gift.
Yeah.
Bath bombs.
Bath bombs, exactly.
Things like that, smellies.
Perfect, yeah.
Smellies. Yes, I like to give those as gifts actually. I like to give, you know, like the little sort of almost like travel-sized toiletries and lovely things like that in a little gift bag, you know. It's lovely.
They're lovely for Secret Santas.
Yes. Absolutely perfect. It's so handy. And so handy just to have that pattern in your pattern stash as well. 1/4 of the stock of this one is in baskets all checked out. Again, I'm going to show you all 3 colourways so you can make your choice. But really, they're all such great value. So, 3rd colourway. Really lovely, this one. Look, you've got that. This is very classy. Your chocolate brown. Gifts, your Christmas tree decorations, your gifts, very lovely. You get 1/2 metre of that, 1/2 metre of your poinsettia, your holly and your stars, and then 1/2 metre of sort of your Christmas cookies, your candy canes, wreaths, little snowflakes, all very classic Christmas motifs, along with your pattern as well. Fabulous. Absolutely fab. So those are the 3. I'm going to show you the 3 fabric options again. Here's the one you've just seen. This was number 2. Sorry, that was number 1. This was number 2 with your poinsettias, your baubles and your checkerboard. We'll pop those details up. Here's this one. We've called it option 3, but I showed it second because I couldn't wait. And then the first one that I showed you was this one right here, which has got that lovely cream and white print, the gold silver, and the sort of almost Scandi colours, that red, silver and cream. And remember, you get the pattern with each bundle. There we go, $24.99. Now, if you want the instructions on their own, we'll put you the details, because if you're not doing Christmassy at all, these are still great bag patterns, great bag patterns. You've got the knot bag, you've got the lunch bag, you've got the knot bag, the Japanese knot bag. And I think as well, it wouldn't be that difficult to scale them up.
Oh, really easy. Yeah.
Really easy if you wanted to make them a little bigger. Because I'm thinking something like that would be really good to wrap a football in, but obviously you'd need it to be bigger.
Yeah. It
No
would be
one wants to
ideal.
wrap a football. No. Great. Loads and loads of you coming in for that one. Over 40 of them in baskets. That's for instructions on their own. Very, very useful to have that pattern, I think, in the stash. Very useful. And again, as well, remember Nicola was telling us earlier about her angel policy. You can make these bags to sell for profit, for charity. So really good to add these into your repertoire, aren't they? Yes, they'd be a really good one to have on your stall. You could also as well, even if, say, for example, you did lovely like scented candles, you could do a little offer where you include a gift bag of your choice, a fabric gift bag. So you could make a load of them and then people could just choose the bag they want.
That's a good idea. Cute.
Just that little incentive. Yeah. Or if you make jewellery. Yeah. Yeah. Really nice. Really nice. Lots and lots of you coming in for this. Yeah, there is a bit of a queue, but it is fab, isn't it? Great pattern, but also those amazing value bundles of fabrics with pattern as well. So I'd encourage you all to have a look at both options. I'll keep you posted about quantities, by the way, as we go along. Now, the last project that we have got from you is the aprons.
Yes.
And these are terrific. Can we show the pictures of the aprons first, please? Just to set the scene. There's the Christmas gonk, and there's also the reindeer. Here's the Christmas gonk. How cute is he? Absolutely brilliant. There's your gonk. And then we've also got Rudolph. Oh, so cute. He's rather snazzy in his bow tie. Now, we've got kits to make these. Now, of course, with those embellishments on, we're definitely going to use these as a serving lunch apron, not a cooking lunch apron.
No, I don't think that gonk would survive it, but if you're serving canapes or you smoked salmon Christmas breakfast, then perfect to serve it in your gonk apron.
Yes, or perhaps when you're decorating the Christmas tree, just to protect your clothes from the glitter and the, you know, bits flying everywhere, the pine needles. All right, yes, so let's have a look. So this is amazing value bundle, this, because you get the apron pattern, which includes your appliques for your gonk, but also it's a great apron pattern. So if you've never made anything before, an apron's a great place to start.
Really good place to start.
Really good place. So you could make that apron 100 times, couldn't you? Now you've also got gonk beard. You've got all your fabric for gonk beard. You have got the hat, the fabric for the hat. You've got the face, and you've also got the nose, and you've also got your heavier weight cotton canvas to create your apron with. So you're getting loads of different elements in this. I think it would also be really fun to add a bell to the hat.
Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that?
Oh, you can, you know.
I'm going to add it, yeah.
It's an option. It's an option. And your embellishments for the face, the hat, are felt, so they don't fray, they're easy to work with, you know, which I think is lovely. A really fun project, this. Oh, you've also got, I said for his face, but it's actually for his little feet, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is.
His little
Yeah,
feet
yeah, yeah.
peeking out from the bottom. It's a very long beard or a very short body.
Very little body.
Little body.
Little gonk, yeah. They don't have faces, they hide.
They do, they do. Apparently, if you can see its eyes, it's a gnome. And if you can't see its eyes, it's a gonk.
Ah.
Is my mic going funny? Did it? We'll change it. Well, I'm having problems with my voice as well. So voice problems and mic problems. This could be your lucky day. I could go silent at any moment.
And then I'm going to have to start talking.
I'm getting deeper. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, we've got that. You could mix and match. You see, if you changed the embellishments, if you use something like cotton fabric for the beard and maybe quilted the texture on and used sort of cotton fabric, then this could be a cooking apron. Not just for serving purposes, but there's your full pattern for £9.99. That really does show you what great value the kit is, doesn't it?
You've got all your applique templates. And
Oh, you still get all your templates, of course. Yeah, for £9.99. And a good general apron, great apron pattern. Okay, that's that. The second option that we've got is The reindeer, and you're going to demo this, aren't you?
Yeah.
This is so fab. $25.99. Again, this is your serving apron. We've got some flammable fabrics there, so we're not going to use that while we're cooking. We don't want Rudolph's nose to get singed. We've got the full pattern, of course. We've also got your red cotton canvas this time to make your apron with. We've got brown felt to create the face. You've got your nose, that's in felt as well. You've also got gold glitter fabric for the antlers and the bow tie. And then look at this plush fabric for his face. This is absolutely gorgeous. Look at all the texture on that. And actually, you get loads of this. Look at the amount of fabric that you get to create his face. So way more than you need. Fabulous, fabulous. If you want the pattern on its own, you can go for a pattern only option. $25.99 for the kit, but pattern only, $9.99. $9.99. Right, can we go for demo, please?
Of course. So I thought I would just demo the applique on the Rudolph apron. So I'm appliquing just a flat piece of canvas, but of course with applique, it's not just the apron. You can applique anything you like. And if you wanted to, you could even applique a dress or a skirt, something Christmassy. So we're going to start off with all the pieces. So I've got the top of Rudolph's head and then his sort of main front of his face just here. We've got the antlers all cut out. I've got the two parts to the ears and I've got the nose, which I'll come back to a little bit later. So first of all, once you've cut everything out, it's always best to position it. So I haven't used Bondaweb on all of the pieces. I've used it on the slippery, the brown plush fabric. And I haven't used it on the antlers because I haven't tested it to see if it melts. I was a bit nervous. So I thought, well, actually, I quite like using my glue pen. So, so the best thing to do when you're before you start appliquing is just lay everything out and check that you're happy where everything's going to go. So I'm going to move my antlers a little bit. And I know my ears, the Rudolph's ears, going to go just there. So the first thing that I want to applique is the antlers because they are underneath, because I want the edges of the antlers to be tucked underneath the head. And then I'm going to come back to the head afterwards. So we're going to start from the antlers and then we're going to move on. So I'm going to move these bits aside. I've drawn the eyes and the eyelashes onto the face, first of all. I'll come back to that in just a moment. But now I know that the antlers are in the position that I want them, I'm just going to use, and also a good tip is if you're going to be lifting it up to glue, I'm just using a friction pen just to mark where that bottom antler is going to go. So I'm not going to lose the place. I'm just going to draw around that.
Now, we've brought this back. We had a bundle the other day of the Soline glue pen, which has a refill in the box, but also a pack of 6 refills added in a bundle for $14.98.
That's good.
We're going to do something naughty. We had it as an early bird a few days ago, Nicola. We're actually going to match the early bird price. Ooh. We shouldn't really do that, but we're going to. So you're saving £3 on this. You get your glue pen with a refill and 6 more refills. It goes on in a colour. It dries clear. It's designed to be sewn through. It's safe to use with your sewing machine or hand sew. Absolutely brilliant little deal there. And very, very good for applique, especially with fabrics where the edges aren't going to fray particularly while you're working with them.
Exactly, which is why it's perfect for this. It's so quick just to hold it in place before we sew. And they just glide on. I've only just replaced actually the glue this morning.
Right. Well, you get a total of 8 glue sticks in the bundle, because you get 1 in the pen, 1 as a refill, and then a further 6 glue sticks. Very useful, very, very useful bundle.
Okay. Right, so I've just gone back to my markings on the piece of fabric. Okay, so for this one, I'm just going to do a straight stitch because the fabric's quite glittery, because it's so glittery, you're not really going to see the stitch. So I'm just going to applique this on with a straight stitch. And it's actually a nice little bit of sewing because it's nice straight lines, but, you know, you have to concentrate still because you want to sew close to the edge.
And this glitter fabric really does not fray at all.
No.
So you don't need to stitch over the edges.
It doesn't also leave much glitter.
No.
So it's not...
Quite well behaved.
It is very well behaved.
Good.
It is. So when I'm appliquing something like this, I just change the top thread as I move across the different fabrics and just keep the bobbin the same. So I haven't today, but I would have had a red bobbin because obviously the fabric I'm using is red. So lots of moving around corners using the presser foot. So I'm going to be wearing this Christmas instead of my normal Christmas apron.
Oh gosh,
that I've
definitely.
got.
Who needs a normal Christmas apron when you can have one with Rudolph or a gonk on it?
Exactly.
Love that. Rachel's got in touch. She says, morning, love the Christmas makes. They are really lovely, aren't they? She says, Stuart, you may remember me at the Festival of Quilts on your stand. I joined in singing Have You Seen the Muffin Man whilst I was looking at your books behind you. Yes. Do you know the Muffin Man?
Yes.
No.
The Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man?
Yeah.
Not my gummy drop buttons. I'll tell you anything. Love that. I love that little bit. I do. I
It's
do.
so cute. Okay, nearly stitched the first antler on. I'm not going to stitch the other one on. I'm just going to do a couple of holding stitches so I can move on to the next bit. Okay, I'm just going to pop a couple of stitches in this just to hold it in place, but I'll finish it later because I'm planning on turning this into something. I'm not sure what.
Okay. We could do a cushion.
Well,
We
this
could
is
do a
what I was
present sack.
thinking. Present sack's a great idea. I'll definitely finish it off and make it into something. Just add a couple of stitches to hold the second antler down. I shall finish that antler later. But for now, we're going to move on to the next part of the applique, which is the top of Rudolph's head. Before I do, I'm going to change the thread so I can stitch his or her eyes.
And would you do that by hand or by machine?
Well, I did it by machine. You can do it by hand. You can free motion embroider it. It's entirely up to you. I always prefer, if there's anything I can do by machine, I'll always do it with the machine. I'm the most impatient hand sewer ever. I'd like to have the patience, but you can embroider it with some lovely embroidery thread.
Yeah.
I'm going to just sew around, I think, so use a nice dark thread. I think I used black on the sample.
Yes.
And a black thread would work the best. And I just went back over the lines a couple of times and I sewed my eyes this way.
Okay. You could use a really, really narrow satin stitch as well, couldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would be lovely. That would give a nice bold line.
And then I went backwards and forwards on the little eyelashes. Very straightforward.
Oh yeah, of course, just use the reverse button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just being careful. I just do a few stitches for the last eyelash. I couldn't decide whether to make this Rudolph into a boy Rudolph or a girl Rudolph.
No.
And I was deciding on the bow tie or the hair bow on...
Well, I suppose you could do either, couldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, Rudolph is a boy's name. However, I'm sure I read something about all reindeers. The reindeers would have to have been girls. And is it because it's not that female reindeers have antlers, is it?
I think it's something like that.
But males would have antlers. There's some reason why. It's really, yeah, I'm not sure. We're going to check. Because I feel like it's information we need.
I know. I've read something similar, that all the reindeers are female. Of course they are. If they're
female, right? Because yes, yes. This is why. Because yes, male reindeers do have antlers, of course, but they actually shed their antlers at the beginning of December.
Oh.
So the only reindeer that have antlers on Christmas Eve are the females.
Of course. So then maybe I could put the bow. Not that a boy Rudolph couldn't wear a bow in his hair, but
sure.
I think this one.
Yeah. Rudolphina.
Okay, so I've just stuck the head down again with my hemline glue stick. And I'm just going to change this stitch now to an applique stitch. When I was stitching the sample, I didn't have my codes for my sewing machine. I didn't know what stitch I was doing, so I just chose a random one. I really liked it, but I can't remember what it was, but it looked quite pretty.
Yeah.
So you can be quite creative.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, because again, your stitch doesn't need to hold the edge down as such. It's not going to fray.
No.
It's felt.
Exactly, so you can be decorative. And so I'm going to do a blanket stitch, and I think I've just set it to blanket stitch. We'll find out.
Okay.
And I've set the length and the width to 4 just to make it a bit bigger, so it's a bit more noticeable. Yes, it is a blanket stitch.
If you've got one of the more basic sewing machines, a zigzag here would be lovely.
Or again, it can be hand sewn. So if you wanted a project that you could just sit in front of the TV with and you have some embroidery thread, you really can embellish it.
Is that cotton canvas fabric quite easy to
Oh,
sew?
it's so easy to sew through. It's lovely.
Even by hand?
Yeah, I'd probably have a sharper needle, but...
Yeah. Yeah, Patricia had got our back. She says, hi, Stuart. Yes, I was about to say it's because the males shed their antlers and the females don't.
It's a good fact, that
It's
one.
a really cool fact, isn't it?
There we go. Right, so I've got the Rudolph's top part of his head. I think I'll do
Her head.
her head. Absolutely right.
Sorry to correct you, but we have just established, Nicola, without a shred of doubt,
Definitely a her.
Rudolph's a her.
Okay, I'm just going to pop I've got this little brown piece of felt that's going to go on for the inner part of the ear.
Yeah. And you have used Bondaweb on that darker fabric?
Oh, yes, I have.
Fabric.
Yes.
But remember, glue pen's really, really useful for things like this. And also as well, a real benefit of using the glue stick is that it washes out. So where Bondaweb fusibles can leave fabric feeling a little stiff, it's not really an issue with something like an apron, but the glue stick will just wash out when you wash the apron. So it is very soft.
Never sewn through Bondaweb. I'm presuming you can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, brill. Okay, so I've just stitched on the ear into the inner part of the fluffy ear. And I've, I put bonder web on this one. It's going to make it, because it's quite a flimsy fabric, it just makes it a lot easier to draw and cut out. There we go.
Fab.
It does work.
It almost acts as a stabiliser, doesn't it, while you're stitching around the inner ear?
It really helps. Okay, I'll just do this one too. I'm just doing the ears first because I've got the brown. It's just about being, I've already got that colour, the right colour in the machine, so.
Instructions for the All Set to Sew Rudolph applique apron pattern are on screen. It's £9.99. You get the full pattern for making the apron. Really good beginner project, really giftable project as well. Great place to teach somebody how to sew the basics. And then you've also got the applique pattern for Rudolph or Rudolphina.
Okay. Right, so now that's ready to be pressed in place because I've got the bonder web. Ooh. So I've just got a bit of a old bit of fabric here that I'll use to put on top to heat the bonder web. That's that one stuck.
You could always use a pressing mat here, couldn't you, to cover your applique, or go from the back if it's a melty fabric.
Yes. Do that ear a little bit more. Okay, so I'm going to stitch those down.
And is it still using the blanket stitch?
Yes. Yeah, I've just reduced the stitch length a little bit because it's a smaller piece.
Anne just messaged in on Facebook. She's actually made a very, very good point and a very important point, which is that we must remember that the reindeer are magical.
Yes.
So there's every reason to believe that the reindeers pulling the sleigh may well be boys.
They've had the sprinkles put on by Santa, haven't they? And
Yeah.
who knows what those sprinkles do?
Yeah, quite.
Very good point.
The sprinkles. All I can think about now is a cookie covered in sprinkles. Thanks for that. No, but it's a fair point. It's a fair point. I've had the sprinkles.
Right.
What time of year do you start watching Christmas movies?
1st of December,
1st of
but not
December.
before.
No. Charlie
about
tries
you?
to get me to watch Christmas movies before, in November. I won't do it. In fact, I won't do it in December until about a week before Christmas.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I love it.
Favourite Christmas movie?
Either Elf
Yeah.
or, I don't know. I like the original Santa Claus the movie.
Okay.
Do you remember it?
Yes.
I love that one. My kids won't watch it, but I love
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Love that.
I love
Yeah.
Elf though, it's hilarious.
Elf's my favourite Christmas movie.
Is it your fave?
Elf and Miracle on 34th
That's
Street.
the one. Oh, my
Gorgeous.
goodness. We went to New York a few years ago, and that's all I wanted to do was go to 34th Street. It's so exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's just lovely, magical.
It is. It's lovely. Okay. Oh, there's another really good one I keep remembering. Last Christmas with the George Michael soundtrack.
Oh, don't. It broke me.
Oh my God, me too.
It
Every time I watch
broke
it.
me. It's wonderful.
Isn't
It's
it?
wonderful. But I absolutely blarted.
Oh, me too. You just don't see the ending coming,
No,
do you?
we're not going to spoil
no,
it.
absolutely
not.
not.
Spoil it. But honestly, it's an absolute.
If you haven't watched it,
tearjerker.
it's a one to watch this Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is a tearjerker. It's beautiful.
But it's really good. Actually,
Really
you've reminded me.
good.
I'm going to watch that again this year.
Yeah.
It is lovely. Even knowing, you know.
Yeah, and
but
it's all of George Michael's best songs that
Oh,
are in it. It's just so lovely.
Jesus to a child.
Oh, it makes me go tingly.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. What's your favourite Christmas movie? Hannah, what's yours? If anyone says Die Hard. Love Actually. Is that a Christmas movie?
Yeah.
I've never seen it. I've never
What?
seen it.
Oh, you immediately have to go home and watch it.
Love Actually. Ollie, what's your favourite Christmas movie? Yeah, Elf is good. You can copy me. It's fine. I'm not judging you. Arthur Christmas. Is it Arthur? Yeah, Arthur Christmas. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I love a Hallmark Christmas movie because they are so cheesy.
What's a Hallmark Christmas movie?
Hallmark? So you know that Hallmark card?
Yeah.
Well, they do Hallmark Christmas movies, and they are so cheesy. Basically, I can give you the plot of all. I will now go through the plot of all their movies in one. Okay. So basically, sort of high-flying, hard-nosed, like female executive of a company in the big city. Okay. Has no social life, you know, married to the job. I mean, they're so sexist, but anyway. But she goes back to her hometown, which is, of course, Hicksville, USA. Not because she wants to, but something happens and she gets forced to go back to this dreary little town. But while she's there, and it's often, you know, it's a takeover bid of a little local company that are going to go in and flatten to the ground and bulldoze and put, you know, it's sort of like they make Christmas sweaters or, you know, gingerbread men, something like that. Anyway, of course, while she's there, she has a run-in with a gorgeous man. It probably works at the factory, but they don't like each other at the start.
Oh,
There's
no.
some kind of clash. And she can't stand him, and he can't stand her. Basically, it ends with them getting married on Christmas Eve.
Of course it does. That sounds like my type of film.
And she does not go back to the city. She stays in the town and finds the true meaning of Christmas. Are you tempted?
I'm so tempted. That's me all over.
Levi,
Okay.
what's your favourite Christmas movie? Jack Frost with Michael Keaton.
Oh,
That's a good. That's quite a sad film, but it's lovely as well. What about Muppet Christmas Carol? You boy, what day is it? Oh no, that's Disney Christmas Carol. It's Mickey Mouse Christmas Carol.
Oh, is
That's
it?
good. Yeah, like that too.
I don't know if I've watched that one.
Well, do message in if you'd like to get involved. What's your favourite Christmas movie? Christine says, my favourite Christmas movies are Love Actually and Miracle on 34th Street with a young Natalie Wood. Oh, Adele from North Yorkshire says, my family love Elf and Christmas Vacation. Absolutely hilarious. I also love White Christmas and the Christmas Chronicles. That's
Oh,
what
that was it. I
Yes,
love the Christmas Chronicles.
Oh, you really gritted your teeth then. You really love it.
Really love it. And I like the second. I like the second one as well,
Oh, yes.
with
Yes.
Goldie Hawn in it.
Yes,
So good.
Goldie Hawn. Another message. Lol, Stuart, those films started yesterday on Freeview.
They did
52.
not.
Of course they did, Maria. Of course they did. No Christmas. Just remember, she gets married at the end. In all of them.
Yeah.
All of them. Actually, this is a lovely thing, actually. Last year, Dilly Court, who is like a modern Catherine Cookson, she writes for HarperCollins. She writes fabulous, like, historical romance novels. And last Christmas, her Christmas novel was called A Thimble for Christmas.
Oh.
And she included one of my Christmas quilt patterns in her novel.
No way.
I mean, she sells she is a proper best-selling author.
Oh my God.
And the good news is that this year, it was so successful that this year they're including one of my Christmas patterns from Quilts from the Country in her new Christmas novel. I don't even know what the name of the novel is yet, but they're going to do that this Christmas as well. So isn't that cute? Isn't that lovely?
That is. That's
So
an
how are you
honour.
getting on? We're almost at
Oh
the end
yeah,
of
so
demo
I'm
time.
just, oh are we? So I'm just stitching the bow tie on. I decided to stick with it as being a bow tie. And, ooh,
This is funny. Sue says, how to tell everyone that you love a Hallmark Christmas movie without naming a film. You nailed all their plots, but it's still not Christmas until Alan Rickman falls out of that window. And Christine comes in and says, before anyone says Die Hard, it is not a Christmas movie. And she says, you forgot to add about the Hallmark movies that they get together, but just before the end, there's a misunderstanding and they break up. Oh, no, you shout. It's okay. They always make up. It's on Christmas Eve. I love them. I love them. Brilliant, brilliant. And just to make that nose, are you doing like a long...
a gather stitch. Yeah, I was. And then I realised I was doing a little tiny stitch.
So that's just a straight stitch on its longest length.
Yes, so I'm just going to do a long gather stitch. Ooh. And then you're just going to pull the bobbin threads, gather it up, and then you can use toy stuffing or scraps to create a 3D Christmas nose.
Yep.
And then and then you're just going to stitch that in place.
I quite like the look of that. It's like a Christmas beak.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, go on, just put it on like that.
You keep reading. It's like a hybrid.
Yes. Oh, cute.
Yeah, so anyway, that will then gather round and
Yes.
becomes Rudolph's nose.
Rudolph's nose, yeah. Fabulous. Oh, so much character. It's lovely. I think I'd put button eyes. Button eyes would be fun. Could be fun. Quick recap. Keep going through for the aprons, won't you? The Gonk or the Rudolph. We also did some lovely stockings. We're going to start with sausages. Pigs in blankets? No, they're not. They're sausage dogs. This is lovely. Look. So you've got your sausage dog fabric. You've got 1/2 metre of that. That's enough to make 2. You get your lining fabric, enough for 1. Your cuff, your pom-pom trim, your felt, your ribbon, and your pattern. And you get a full alphabet in there as well, so you can personalise your stocking. The price is fab, $19.99, with a reusable pattern, of course. And that's that. We've also got Christmas camper vans. And actually, they're not Christmas camper vans at all. They're just camper vans with the VW symbol. But I think it looks like snowflakes and Christmassy colours. It's absolutely spot on. The stocking is lovely. Look. There it is. How cute is that? You get your 1/2 metre, you get your lining, your cuff, your ribbon, your pom-pom and your felt. Just add a bit of Bondweb maybe for doing the applique, and you get your full pattern as well. Now, you can get the pattern on its own if you've got fabrics that you'd like to use. You could even do a patchwork version, couldn't you? Just make patchwork fabric bigger than the template and then cut it out. Maybe quilt it first. $9.99 for that. And then different way of wrapping your gifts, put them in a gift bag. It's been super, super popular. You get 3 different bags. We'll start with the pattern because that's been extremely popular. You get your Japanese knot bag. You get your mini lunch bag, super cute, and you get your knotted bag, which again, just super useful if you've got awkward presents to wrap, if you want to show off your sewing skills, if you're just rubbish at wrapping presents, but you can sew like me. It's an absolute boon. We haven't got many of these patterns left, actually. They've been flying out. So if you want to grab your pattern for £9.99, I wouldn't hang about. Now, I've also got 3 sets of fabric that you can get with pattern to make oodles of those bags. We're going to start with the sort of very classic one. You get 1/2 metre of poinsettia fabric, 1/2 metre of the sort of Christmas checkerboard, and 1/2 metre of the sort of cookie cutter and Christmas bauble and presents fabric, 1/2 metre of each, and it's like a sort of almost like a canvasy fabric, so it's really sturdy. And actually, if you overlocked the insides, you could, well, you do need to line them actually, but you could use calico to line them and save your fabric. You also get your pattern included, all of that for £24.99. Now, our second fabric option is this one right here. You get this gorgeous, lovely neutral. I love the neutral tan, cream and white. You get a kind of Scandi silver and gold, and then a Scandi silver and red. 1/2 metre of each, and your pattern, again, £24.99. Last option on the gift bags. Again, they're all very classy. You get your kind of cocoa brown, tan, red and white gifts and baubles. You get your silver, gold and red poinsettias and foliage. And then you get 1/2 metre, again, of your red Christmas motifs, plus pattern, £24.99. You can make loads of these. My personal preference, I would grab some calico, some quilter's calico to line the bags with. In the pattern, you use this fabric, but I'd keep that on the outside and I'd line with calico, or even go into your stash and find some fabrics that you can use for your linings. Brilliant stuff. Thank you so much, Nicola. It's been a lovely morning. Lovely to have you back. Do you know when you're on again?
I don't. I need to find out.
Hopefully before Christmas.
Yes, that would be nice.
But in the meantime, don't forget that the Christmas movies started yesterday. Sue actually watched one yesterday with Lindsay Lohan. She said it was so cold, I had to prepare my winter body.
Oh,
I love it.
perfect.
Have a safe journey home.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, it's an hour of Brother sewing machines. I've got an embroidery machine, I've got a combi machine, and an amazing sewing machine in that hour. See you after this.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck! Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Join us here on Sewing Street this Monday when Delphine Brooks is launching a brand new fabric, psychedelic woodland collection. The inspiration for this collection comes from the allurement of the celestial night sky, where all the mystical creatures rise from their camouflage shelters to play wild and free under the safety of the elegant moon. The band of colours bounce off the atmosphere, lighting up the landscape in an explosion of colour and mystical wonder, creating an intriguing playground for all the creatures of the night. With each panel, there is the beauty of the main subject sat against their own magical backdrop landscape, embellished with flowers and plants galore. Don't miss out on Delphine's psychedelic woodland collection this Monday from 10 a.m.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670,
Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Inspiration with you. Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck!
Welcome to our final hour on Sewing Street. Where has the morning gone? It's been lovely to spend some time with you, and we've had a lovely morning. We're going to finish off with an hour of Brother sewing machines, and I have a few other little bits and pieces as well in the hour. We're going to start with a gorgeous Brother embroidery machine. This is the M330E embroidery machine. I'm going to move this out of the way because it's rather dominating, isn't it? Move this on a little bit. There we go. So this is an embroidery only machine from Brother, and this is this fantastic sort of entry level embroidery machine. Now, depending on how much you get into embroidery, this might be the only embroidery machine you ever need because it does everything you need it to. It is very comprehensive. Let me tell you some of the features. So first of all, it's a Brother. We love Brother. Absolutely fantastic brand that have been around making embroidery machines and sewing machines for a very, very long time. Now, some important facts for you. First off, your hoop size is a 4-inch hoop. Okay, so the maximum size of your embroidery is 4 inches by 4 inches or 10 centimetres square. Now that is a surprisingly large area for embroidery when you stitch it out. And if you're doing things like gorgeous decorative lettering, if you're doing monograms, and you can get some really fabulous designs. You've also can do if you want to do like a long word, you can hoop up, stitch out one letter, one 4-inch square letter, move the hoop along and keep going across maybe a dressing gown, a towel or a quilt, for example. Now you get 135 built-in embroidery stitches on your machine. You've also got loads of different fonts. You've also got a USB port at the side of your machine for putting USBs. You can buy USBs with embroidery designs loaded onto them. You can also download from the internet, and actually there are thousands of free designs or virtually free designs on the internet as well. Just make sure that they're compatible with a Brother machine and they fit within a 4-inch hoop. Now also, your embroidery machine has Wi-Fi connectivity. So that means you can use the Brother Artspira app, and that's a free app. You can download through that straight to your machine. Your smartphone can talk to your machine and put the designs straight on. You don't even have to use the USB port. Now, the Artspira, I'll give you a little tip actually. Artspira, there are two versions. There's like a light version, which is free, and you get free designs, loads of different things you can do with it. There's also a paid for Artspira where you get loads and loads of amazing designs every month to add to your library. So have a look at it, do a bit of research, maybe get the free version first of all, see how it works. But if you really get into it, you can do like a monthly subscription. It is a superb machine. Now, you saw how easy it was to put on and take off the hoop. I remember I've just got into machine embroidery, and when I started, I thought I was going to have to learn a whole new skill set, and I couldn't have been further from the truth. All the things that are the same. The bobbin winding system, exactly the same as, well, most sewing machines, and certainly if you've got a brother sewing machine, then it is exactly the same threading path. Winding your bobbin, exactly the same as on a sewing machine. So there's nothing new there at all. So that's good. So out of the box, you can wind a bobbin and you can thread it. You don't even have to look at the manual. All right, next thing, your bobbin is a top loader. So again, if you've got a top-loading bobbin on your sewing machine, it's exactly the same. I'm just going to take this out for 1 second. I'll take the hoop out just so you can see the bobbin case. So the bobbin case is exactly the same as your sewing machines. Top-loading bobbin. You've even got that little thread path and a cutter, just like you do on things like your FS250 or your MV1100. I mean, I just think that's so reassuring because I haven't got time. I don't know about you, but I haven't got time to learn a whole new skill set or a whole new machine. You don't need to. You don't need to. You're just adding to your skills. So I think that's brilliant because it means that all the basic functions of, you know, plugging it in and getting it threaded up are the same. Now, when you come to put in your hoop, or when you look at the hoop, if you've ever done any hand embroidery, say, using, just plugging in the machine here. If you've ever done an embroidery using like a wooden hoop, then this is almost the same as that. You've got your little screw, okay, which your wooden embroidery hoop will have, and then it comes in 2 parts. I mean, this is just like a wooden embroidery hoop that you'd use for, say, cross stitch. The only real difference is that you've got these little prongs, would you call them? Or little pegs almost in the side. And these two clip in to this housing right here, okay? You've got a little housing. I'm going to turn it. I'll turn it around. I'll get to you. There we go. Can you see that housing there? So literally all I'm going to do to fit this in is this goes underneath and the little pegs almost just clip in. I'm doing this back to front, remember. Everything's easy when you do it the right way. I'll tell you what it is, because I've got it upside down. There we go. Oh no, it wasn't. It was the right way up. Sorry, I say, look how easy this is, and then I make an absolute pig's ear of it, don't I? There we go. Right, it's in. Sorry. Oh, can I tell that story? Hannah was just saying one of our favourite bloopers was when Vix was doing Papercraft show, and she said, I mean, this paper is so strong, you literally cannot rip it, and then tore it in half. I love it. Yeah, this is really easy. I want to do it again now so you can see how easy it is. Are you watching? Look, it literally is, look. It is as easy as the prongs go in and you're just clipping it down into place. That is it, okay? So you've got your fabric hooped up with some stabiliser. I use Stitch and Tear all the time. It's brilliant. But we have got a selection pack if you want to try all the different types out, including water soluble, which is amazing if you want to do freestanding lace. You actually get some patterns for freestanding lace built into your machine. And then when you come to actually find your designs, you've got 135 built-in designs, okay? But your screen is so easy to use. You've got your design will come up, you put your number in, your design will come up, you can move it to the left or the right, you can go up and down, you can see that button that says move, you just move it. The size, you can change the size, make it bigger, make it smaller. You can also rotate in little increments, which again is really, really useful. It's very intuitive. I do think that so many of us now having smartphones has got us really used to that simple technology for just, moving things, rotating things. So even if you've never used one of these machines before, it does all feel very familiar and simple. When I got my brother embroidery machine home, I probably should have read the instructions and the manual, but I did my first embroidery. I didn't even open the manual, and I'd never touched one before, but it was child's play, frankly. Now remember, you've got the option of adding literally thousands of designs to your machine. There are thousands of designs and fonts, and many of them are free. You can also pay to have a logo, an image, a picture digitized. And then, so for example, it might be your local sports team. It might be a special, a hen weekend that you're going on and you want to embroider everyone's shirts. You could get something digitized. You could put everyone's name on the back of their T-shirts. That's a popular thing, isn't it? Maybe you're getting married or helping plan a wedding and you want to do really special monogrammed napkins for all of the guests or gift bags for all of the guests, something like that. With Christmas coming up, I think if ever there was a time of year where personalising becomes super important, it's Christmas. You can personalise baubles and Christmas stockings, baby's first Christmas bibs, or baubles or stockings, absolutely gorgeous. And if you make and sell, being able to personalise your makes, maybe even at the craft stall. Now, I do need to let you know that I have got single figures left of this machine. I didn't want to throw that in right at the start, but I have only got single figures. Teresa says, my brother embroidery machine is so old. This sounds like a joke. My brother embroidery machine is so old, it takes floppy disks. Well, my brother embroidery machine is so old, it's made out of bronze. Oh, Teresa, that does sound old, but if it's still doing the... Well, do you know what? That just tells me everything I need to know, if I didn't already, about the build, about the quality of brother machines, that you're able to still use a machine that takes floppy disks. That's amazing, Teresa. I mean, it might be time for an upgrade. Who am I to say? But sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. The thing with this is, if maybe you've already got some saved designs on USBs, you can use them. It's got a USB port. But if you're super modern and down with the kids, you can do wirelessly transferred designs straight onto your machine without needing USB. It's lovely to have those options, isn't it? And if you've got the Artspira app on your phone or your tablet, I mean, it's just so easy to use. There's lots of tutorials as well on how to use these things. Loads of you are putting this into your baskets. Now, I just want to mention, we've got split pay on this, and we've got 3 split pays. Now, it's September now, so September would be your first split pay, £19, and we'll get it up, here we go, £119.80. So 3 split pays, September, October, November is the last one, which frees up December's budget for all the December essential. Do you know what I'm saying, though? If you wanted to get this as a Christmas present for you or a loved one, getting it now on split pay means it's completely paid for by November, and then no payment in December. Now, of course, you don't have to wait until November to get your machine home. You don't have to make all the split pays. You make the first one today. No credit checks, no forms to fill in. You can speak to customer service if you want, or you can just pick it as an option when you check out. But the point is you make one payment, £119.80, we send you the machine. That means that you could use this for all of your Christmas makes, and it's all paid off before Christmas. If you are buying this as a Christmas gift for someone, I'm gonna say this on their behalf. Don't make them wait until Christmas Day to have it. Let them have it before Christmas. Because otherwise, no one is getting any sense or anything else out of that person on Christmas Day, because you will be in your sewing room, the machine will be threaded up, and you will be embroidering. And people won't see you for the rest of Christmas. It's just a wonderful, wonderful machine. It really is. And a very wonderful, very special gift for somebody. Maybe you. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I found a wonderful embroidery that you can buy the other day. And it's a Beatrix Potter. Well, it's a few months ago, actually. It wasn't the other day. But it's a Beatrix Potter alphabet. So beautiful. It would all fit inside a 4-inch hoop as well, and it's the letters of the alphabet, and there's upper and lower case with like Peter Rabbit standing next to the letter. So you can do a whole name, or you can just do an initial. You could put them in frames. You could put them on special things like a bib or a napkin, or it was so lovely. And they're downloads. They're just downloads. You can embroider ready-made things like ready-made napkins, ready-made T-shirts, baby grows, fleece blankets. Buy them ready-made if you want. But I mean, most of us here are sewers and they're easy enough to make. But yeah, just, so beautiful, so beautiful. The other thing you can do with your brother Innovis M330 is you can do embroidery applique in the hoop. So what they are is you hoop up your design, you hoop up your fabric, and then the machine stitches out like an outline first. Then you place your fabric. It stitches the fabric down. Then it does like a satin stitch around the outside edge. Then it stops. You add your next fabrics and you build up your appliques. And then if there's anything like, say, a face or whiskers or details to add on, it adds them on as well. Just fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Right. Oh, okay. Sorry, yes. Sorry, I worked that out wrong. I beg your pardon. So it's a 5-way split pay. So that's September, October, November, December, January. So it's 5 months. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. So it's 5. Well, okay. So yes, you are making a payment in December, but your lower payments. £119.80. Yeah, I told you before, I'm terrible at maths, aren't I? Really am terrible at maths. It's nothing to be proud of. But, I mean, that's a fab payment, isn't it? £119.80. It's still very, very good. No, you're right to point it out, Hannah, honestly. I was looking, thinking, ooh. It is a great machine. Lots and lots of you have it in your basket. Remember, this is the great name of Brother. So although you're paying a very, very affordable price, I didn't realise you could buy an embroidery machine for under £1,000. I expected any embroidery machine to be £1,000. This is £599. This is Christine from County Durham. She says, I love my Brother M330 so much. You've got this one. I got it for my birthday last month. It's awesome. Christine, thank you so much for messaging in. And happy birthday for last month. I mean, this is the kind of gift that keeps on giving, isn't it? Every time you get it out. You don't get a foot pedal for this because you don't need to sit there sewing. It's got a start-stop button on the front. You press go. You can sit next to this with your sewing machine and you can be doing some piecing, some patchwork. some making while your embroidery machine does its magic. Now, it tells you how long each embroidery is going to take, so that helps to plan out your time. And also, if you make and sell, it helps you to cost what you're making as well. It will also stop automatically when it gets to the end of a colour. You can change your colour, and it doesn't matter how long that takes. You could even take your lunch break, and then you can add your next colour and carry on. If, this is really important, if, say for example, there's a power cut, or you're halfway through an embroidery and you think, oh, look at the time, I need to get to bed, or, oh, look at the time, I need to get home, because you might have taken this out with you. Literally, stop, turn it off, or if the power goes off, not an issue. When the power comes back on, or when you turn it back on, your display will literally come up and say, would you like to basically pick up where you left off? And you can say yes, in which case it'll just start up again, or you can go back 1 stitch, 5 stitches, 50 stitches, if you want to. Say, for example, your thread ran out. It's not an issue. Your machine will tell you. You can go back a few stitches, so there's no gap in your design, and away you go. That, to me, is one of the most important things, because long arm quilting machines are really like a big embroidery machine, if you think about it. They're computerized anyway. And if the power goes off there, it's a much more involved job to go back to where you were. This is easy. This is easy. The warranty, Hannah, on your brother is 3 years. 3-year warranty. That gives me huge confidence that this machine is built to last. Eleanor, thank you, Eleanor, for your message. She says, I got my first brother in 1984. I still have it, and it still works. These are great machines. I am loving the show. That's really kind, thank you. And what a great endorsement for the amazing brand of Brother. You know, one of our other viewers messaged earlier, her embroidery machine works with a floppy disk. Can you still buy floppy disks? I think it's unlikely. But this has USB connectivity. It also has Wi-Fi connectivity. So whether you've got a USB stick that you've already got with some designs on, you're thinking, oh, I can't use them. Yes, you can. You can pop them in the side and away you go. You can't delete the designs that are on the machine. So don't worry. I'd be worrying, thinking, oh, I'd end up deleting everything. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can work off the USB stick, or you can work wirelessly, or you can work on any of the 135 preloaded designs, and there's loads of fonts as well. You can resize, you can rotate, you can move, you can combine. They're absolutely brilliant. And the good news is, if you've never used an embroidery machine before, most of what you need to do to get it up and running, you already know how, because it's the same as your sewing machine. Now, I mentioned we do sort of like starter packs, variety packs of stabiliser. And these are all Madeira stabilisers. I'm going to pop it down there so you can see. And what you get in here is you get 12 different stabilisers. And the big pieces as well, I think they're like 12 by 16 or 12 by 8, 12 by 24, 9.5 by 8. But you've got all of these different stabilisers, and each one of them is explained. You've got some tearaways, some washaways, and some cutaways. So they've also got a really, really comprehensive booklet in there that explains what these staplers are. Now, this is probably new information for most of us. If you haven't done machine embroidery before, I mean, goodness, I can't think of where else you would get such a comprehensive guide and the chance to try out 12 different stabilisers. If you're going for the embroidery machine, or you've bought one in the past and you've only ever used Tearaway and you don't even know why you would use any of the others, why don't you grab yourself a pack of this and experiment. It's also got the wash away stabilizer that you use for things like making freestanding lace, snowflakes, bridal lace designs. A friend of mine recently made like a 3-dimensional lace bell, all embroidered onto wash away. So cool. You make 4 different parts and then you stitch them together and it creates this freestanding bell. It even has a clapper that hangs out the bottom. It's so clever, and it's all done. One of the tips I heard actually was the water that you rinse the stabilizer away from, have it in a small bowl, keep it. Every time you use it to wash away the stabilizer, the water, the liquid actually becomes like a stabilizer in itself, and you can dunk fabric in it and let it dry. Or I wonder even if you could put it into a spray bottle and spray it onto fabric to create a more stable fabric. I don't know, but it would be worth experimenting, wouldn't it? Maybe with some calico. Textile art. I mean, if you do textile art or any kind of art quilting, I think an embroidery machine is an amazing addition to your toolkit. If you quilt, if you dressmake, really cool. Now, I've also got some of the most popular Madeira stabilizers in a bumper roll. So really, really great value roll. I've got Tearaway, that's the green roll. Now this is a lovely cotton soft Tearaway, and this is the kind of thing that I use most of the time in my embroidery. It's $15.99, you get a 10-metre roll. It's 30 centimetres wide, so the width of the roll, by 10 metres, which means you're only paying $1.60 a metre for this stabilizer, and it comes on like a cardboard roll, so it's even got its own kind of storage. I think that's ace. It's a really, really good one, this. I use this so much. Tears away really easily. Then I've also got the Avalon wash away film. It's the same amount. Let me just show you now though, because it looks like I've been done. There's no way that there's 10 metres on there and 10 metres. There is, I promise you, there's 10 metres. But it's so fine. It's so fine. I haven't used it, I promise you. Like, where's the rest of it? But this is the wash away stuff. And not just for lace and things like that, but there are lots and lots of applications where you might want to add embroidery where you cannot or don't want to manipulate the fabric or wet the to tear away. It would be too delicate. You know, where you just want to immerse it in some water to remove that stabilizer. So we've got that too. I've also got a Bosal embroidery stabilizer. I'll be honest, I've never seen this before. This is 12 inches wide, or 30 centimetres, by 10 yards. That's 9.14 metres. And this is no-show nylon mesh embroidery stabilizer. I suspect that this is a leave-in stabilizer. I suspect it's that you leave it in. Let me just, I'll just have a very quick look. Hang on, bear with me a second. Right, has an embossed texture for multi-directional stability, semi-transparent, it eliminates show-through even on white fabrics, remains under the stitching to give support through washing and wearing, so it's a leave-in, ideal for baby garments. Oh, I can also tell you that all in French, idéal pour les vêtements de bébé. De bébé. De bébé. Nope. You broke my glasses then. Yes, it's perfect for de bébé. Right, that's the Bosal. But, I mean, come on, we love our Bosal products, so I'm going to get some of this and give it a try. That's a leave-in. So we've got a tear-away, a wash-away, and a leave-in. Because there are sometimes some fabrics, some mediums, where we can't wet them and we can't tear away. We have to or want to leave it in. So that's when we'd use our Bosal. It is a little more expensive at £36.99, but still £3.70 per yard. Okay, the baby. Right. So here it is, rather gorgeous, isn't it? It's the Brother M330 embroidery machine. This has got 135 preloaded designs, seasonal, novelty, Christmassy. Oh, there's loads of gorgeous designs in there, florals. You've also got loads of fonts. You can resize, you can rotate, you can move. You've also got your USB port and your Wi-Fi connectivity so that you can add literally thousands of designs to your stash. You've got an easy to read, easy to use LCD display. Your threading, your bobbin winding, your bobbin fitting is exactly the same as your sewing machine. You've got a 4-inch hoop, absolutely beautiful, and 5 split pays. £119.80 is your first split pay, but that gets you the machine home. Now, we're going to have a little look at the Brother NV1100, which is currently, I think, might be my favourite machine that we have on Sewing Street at the moment. It's certainly the machine I love jumping on for demos, for working on out in the green room. It's a beautiful machine. It's real quality, and it's such a full and rounded package here on Sewing Street. Now, let me tell you a few details about this. You've got 150 stitches to play with on your Brother NV1100. You've got utility stitches. You've got patchwork and quilting. You've got decorative. You've got, look at all the buttonholes. So many buttonholes. I think there are 10 buttonholes on this machine. You can drop your feed dogs, you can sew on buttons, you can darn, you can embroider. I mean, it's just fabulous, okay? So you've got all of that. You've also got 3 alphabets, okay? You've got 3 alphabets. Combining stitches, whether they be decorative or letters to say something, or a mixture of decorative and letters, is so easy. There's no memory this, memory that, adding in, taking away. It's literally, you punch in the number, it adds. You punch the number, it adds. And you can just keep going. There's a back button to take things out as you need to. You've got a quick dial buttons on the front for all those most commonly used stitches. You can alter the length and width of your stitches with ease. Massive sewing area. This is really about those larger projects. 8 inches of throat space here and about 4.5 inches of throat space here. So a really big harp within your machine to take those larger projects. You've got a slide-off accessory box with storage for your feet at the front, but storage for more at the back. Love that. Obviously, here's your free arm for dressmaking and bag making. A button round the back for dropping your feed dogs. But that would be enough for me. That would be enough. But you've also got a hard case for storage, for travel, and you can still access the carry handle. It's not one of those little grips. It's a proper handle. You're also getting free, very importantly free, your quilting bundle. Now this is where it really starts to tick up. You've got £160 worth included for free. You've got a big extension table, and it is a big extension table. You've got a free motion gripper. That is going to make free motion quilting a breeze. You've got a walking foot. You've got a 1/4-inch patchwork foot. You've got a quilt guide. You've also got a darning foot. So if you're a quilter and you've been waiting for the perfect package for quilting, sewing, dressmaking, home decor, you do not need to buy a walking foot. You do not need to buy an extra darning foot or an extension table or a patchwork foot. They're not extras. They are included when you buy from us here at Sewing Street for under £1,000. For under £1,000. Now, I think that's pretty exceptional. And you know that we sell another brand, a great brand, a fabulous machine that includes a walking foot, a darning foot, a 1/4-inch patchwork foot, but you will pay about £300 more for that machine. So if your budget's £1,000, you've just found the perfect machine. You really have. It's terrific. It is a terrific machine. Now remember, you can buy the side cutter foot that fits the MV1100 for an extra £40. And with that, you can cut and overlock in one step on your MV1100. So if your budget for a sewing machine and an overlocker combined was £1,000, and for £40 you can do it. For an extra £40 you can do it. It's really terrific machine. You get things like your zipper foot, you get your buttonhole foot, your blanket, your blind hem foot. You've got your overlocking foot, your button sewing foot as well. And also your zigzag, your utility foot, if you like, that's foot J, and your embroidery foot, N. I also use that N foot for doing things like foundation paper piecing, because that open front gives me a really clear view of my stitching line. It's also terrific for doing things like blanket stitch, machine applique. So, I mean, it really is a full package. Now, here's a stock warning for you. And again, I should have said this earlier, but I've only got 4 machines left. I've only got 4 machines left. Trying to hide my tea. So if you want the Brother MV1100, with that free package, that creative quilting package, that walking foot, darning foot, 1/4-inch piecing foot, that little metal bar that goes in the back of the walking foot that helps you to guide your quilting, the handlebars, if you like, that have a rubberized grip that hold your quilt while you're free motion quilting, your extension table, they're all included. That's a value of £160. £160 of freebies by buying from us here at Sewing Street. You also, and I think this is really significant, get a hard case for your machine. I've spent £2,000-3,000 on a sewing machine that has a soft bag or has a soft cover. This machine has, really protecting your investment here, a hard case so that your machine is protected. If your sewing room's a bit of a movable feast, wherever you put your sewing machine down, that's your sewing machine room. Maybe the kitchen, maybe the dining room, maybe the lounge, maybe a shed. This is going to keep it protected in the meantime. Now, all of the stock I have is in baskets. If you want to get the MV1100, this is definitely make your mind up time. All of the 4 that I have are in baskets. Once just checked out, I now only have 3 machines left. If you want to get this machine within about 5 days, a week, you can go for split pay too. 5 split pays, I'm going to get it right this time. £199 and 99 pence is your split pay. Under £200 to get this machine home, including your table, your extension table, your walking foot, almost your first payment is getting you that is covered by your freebies, isn't it? It is fabulous, absolutely brilliant. You've got your alphabets, you've got numbers, you've got punctuation, lots of decorative stitches. Remember, you get 150 HD stitches on this machine. Now, realistically, I'll be really honest with you here, realistically, a lot of those decorative stitches I might use once or twice a year, if that. However, when we talk about a stitch package of 150, you've got to remember that quite a lot of those stitches are not decorative at all. They're things like your overlocking stitches for wovens and stretch fabrics. They're your things like buttonholes, your button sewing, your blanket stitches, your mock hand quilting stitches, your piecing, patchwork piecing. You don't even need to use a 1/4 inch foot if you don't want to. Your utility stitches, all of those stretch stitches that mean you can sew lycra, activewear, jersey, baby grows, you know, you name it, but also your woven cottons, faux furs, sequin fabrics, you name it, you can do everything. And the good news is you're not going to have to start your sewing journey by thinking, oh, now I have to buy an extra foot because I need to buy a walking. You get your walking foot. You get your darning foot. You get your 1/4 inch foot as well. You get an extension table. And the extension table is basically the size of this box, so it's big. Just terrific. If you want to go for it, remember I've only got 3 machines left. I don't know when stock's coming in. But certainly, it's a great time to get that machine, particularly if you're thinking early Christmas present for yourself or for someone very special. Under £1,000, really, really good deal. Really good deal. Have a think about it. Now, we're going to finish off with Quilts from the Country. So, next Thursday is official launch day of my brand new book, Quilts from the Country. Now, we did a very special TV launch of Quilts from the Country on Sunday, and lots of you will have received your books by now. I hope you love it. Certainly everyone who bought the book at Festival of Quilts who have messaged me have said they're absolutely loving it. And also as well, this sounds like a brag, but lots of people have said to me they think it's my best book yet, which really just warms my heart, because everything I do, everything I write, I'm trying to do better than the last time. And my deputy, Joan, said to me, you know what, Stuart, she said, this is your most comprehensive set of how-to instructions. It's the most pages you've ever done. It's the most depth you've ever gone into. So if you want to start your quilting journey, there's loads in there to support you. If you want to try some of the more advanced projects as well, there's beginner, intermediate and advanced. 30 projects in total. You're paying just £22.50. Well under £1 per project. Now, just to put that into perspective, there is a pattern in here for a patchwork and quilted Japanese style Hawori jacket. Now, this could so easily have been a standalone pattern, dressmaking pattern. You get a full-size dressmaking pattern sheet in the back with your full-size paper pattern in it to make your jacket. That could have been £19.99 in a folder on air. Could it not? It could easily have been a pattern on its own for £20. Excuse me, for an extra £2.50, you get 29 more patterns, including 12 big quilts, lots of wall hangings, throw quilts. You get patchwork and quilted cushions. There are embroidered quilts in here and a cushion and some hanging decorations. There's your jacket, you get cushions, runners, there's the slippers, some applique, and there's 4 seasons, spring, summer. Again, this could easily have been a £9.99 pattern on its own in its own right. So you think 2 patterns like that, that is £20, give or take a couple of pennies. For an extra £2.52, you're getting 28 more designs, including that gorgeous Hawori jacket. I'm just going to flick forward. This is one of my favourite quilts, Ring a Rosie, named after my mum, with lovely applique and almost like an appliqued double wedding ring. Really pretty and so much simpler to make than you think. Autumn quilts in there too. My absolute favourite, A Sky Full of Stars. Most of these quilts have a scrappy look to them. So again, think of this as a scrap quilting book, a way to use up your bits and bobs, your little tiny pieces to make these blocks. And there's also a lovely Christmas and winter chapter as well. Again, one of my favourite quilts. That will be going on the bed all throughout Christmas, the Christmas period, probably the whole of December and into January. That will be on my bed. That will be on the guest bed. You can come to stay anytime you like. That'll be on your bed, Hannah. Anyway, there you go. Full-size patterns in the back and templates as well. You don't have to photocopy or enlarge anything. That's Quilts from the Country. Think of me on Thursday. I shall be in London doing the official launch of Quilts from the Country. But you could have your book at home before then by ordering today and making a saving. Right, we need to do the menu for tomorrow. Now, as I mentioned earlier on, it's not me. Who is it tomorrow? John. John's back tomorrow. I will see you in October. So 8 a.m. it's Sewing Room Tools. Now at 9 o'clock, a fabulous brother ambassador actually, Tracy Dennis is here from Owl and Sewing Cat with a new set of patterns, I believe. Now at 10 o'clock, we've got some gorgeous dressmaking fabrics. And then at 11 o'clock, Tracy Dennis will be back with another hour of Owl and Sewing Cat. And usually Tracy splits first show dressmaking, second show crafting. And then at 12 o'clock, we have got an hour with John on overlockers. Sounds like a fantastic morning to me. Now, quick stock check before I go. If you've got the Brother Innovis M330 embroidery machine in your basket, please be careful. It's a wonderful, wonderful machine, but I have only got 6 left. Okay, they have been flying out this morning. I've only got 6 left. Great time to buy. Really wonderful. Remember, you've got Wi-Fi connectivity. You can use a USB in it too. It's easy to use and so effective and adaptable. If you're going for the Brother NV1100, may we just flash those details very quickly. The NV1100 from Brother, again, it's been very, very busy. I do literally have a couple left. If you want to grab that machine, I have a couple left. Right, take care of yourselves and each other. Sending you lots of love, and I will see you in October, but stick around because my mate Dave Bradford is on next with the lovely Carla with Hobby Maker, so don't touch that dial. Stay tuned for the whole afternoon and evening.